Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Calgary Olympic Oval at 11 minutes, now 10 minutes to 9. 10 minutes of 500-meter women's races. We are now live on the Calgary Oval YouTube website and Speed Skating Canada. And you can check out all results, pairings, and connecting to the YouTube on Sportity, the app Sportity, and the code GPCC4. So if you're at home now watching on the webcast, because we are now live on the webcast, you can now access the event live from wherever you are. You don't have to take your laptop there, wherever you are, or your TV. Let me first acknowledge the fact that we're on traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Okay, we're getting ready for the day 1 of 3 for the Grand Prix Canada Cup 4 here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. The officials are getting into place. The volunteers are in place. The athletes and the coaches are getting ready. We're starting off with the 500-meter women's races. There are 31 pairings. I mentioned earlier to those in the Oval and now those on the webcast, there's 196 competitors representing 12 different countries: Canada, the United States, New Zealand, Australia, China, Romania, Norway, Sweden, the Netherlands, India, Switzerland, Poland, and Taiwan. This meet means a number of things to a number of skaters. For some, they're looking to protect their funding and status on the national team. Some are looking to protect their status on NextGen. Some are looking to get on NextGen and the national team. Canada Cup points matter for some of these skaters that are skating this weekend. For other skaters, they're looking to establish times. This meet has no time standards in the 500, 1,000, and 1,500. But if those skaters want to skate in the 3,000 and 5,000, they'll have to meet a time standard in the 1,500. But for every other skater here at the Oval, they will all be seeking their personal bests. And I expect personal bests to rain down from the roof of this Oval this weekend and next, as these athletes should be in peak shape as they head into the offseason. It has been one very, very post-pandemic busy season starting in August. This is the 17th long track event. Next weekend will be the 18th. Time trials, world-class series, nationals, junior nationals, World Cups, junior World Cups, youth championships, masters, university games. It's been non-stop in Calgary and around the world. And these events are the culmination of all the hard work. And so athletes, have fun and do your best. I forgot to mention also the Canada Winter Games, the Teenagers Olympics for Canadians. I got lots to say over the next 3 days, mostly on the podcast. So stay tuned, check out your app, Sportity. 6 minutes to showtime. Not all that. You know what that means. Showtime in 3 minutes. We have a forerunner today. It's Mila Ireland. Mila Ireland, a 13-year-old speed skater who won silver in the 500 meters at the Canadian Youth Championships in Fort St. John and took home the gold in the 4-lap team pursuit, and is the daughter of Mike and Norika Ireland, both World Cup and Olympian long track speed skaters, and proud uncle Sean Ireland up here in the timing deck. Forerunner Mila Ireland. Give her a cheer as she moves around the oval when the starters send her off. And we're off for forerunner Mila Ireland. Her time at Fort St. John was 44:63. We don't have an opening 100 meters for her. Not sure if we'll have an ending time. But setting the pace at 13 years of age, we'll come by the sport honestly, given that her mother, Norika Munakata, competed for Japan at the World Cup and at the Olympics and was 4th overall. And we all know about at the World Cups, and Mike Ireland, a 4-time Olympian, coach here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Give it up for Mila Ireland, everybody. 8:58, 500-meter women's coming up when the whistle goes. I'll introduce the first pairing of 31 pairings. We do have an opening time for Mila Ireland, 11:97 for an opener and 44:61. And that'll be a personal best and a season's best for Mila. Unofficial, of course. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Pair number 1, starting the 500 meters, opening the Grand Prix and Canada Cup 4. In the inside lane, representing the province of Quebec, Ariane Fournier. And in the outer lane, representing the province of Alberta, Isabelle Champagne. Good luck, ladies. And we are off, ladies and gentlemen. The meet is now officially underway. 2 very formidable rising stars in the speed skating circuit here in Canada. Champagne's opener, 11:81. Fournier from Quebec at a 12:06. Both representing their provinces at the Canada Winter Games just passed at a satellite venue in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Fournier from Quebec, Champagne from Alberta on the ice as they finish their final 100 meters. How's it going to shape up? Crossing the line first is Champagne with a time of 42:57. The time beat Fournier in at 43.16. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In the second pairing in the inside lane from the province of Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Brielle Durham. Both of these skaters represented their province at the Canada Winter Games. Durham's opener is at 11:39, the fastest so far. Skylar Van Horn with an opening time 11:61. Now they settle in and sprint as hard as they possibly can for the final now 200 meters. Looked like a bit of a slip for Durham on the straightaway, but on the backstretch, Van Horn looked like they had a bit of a slip. But now they're gripping their skates on the edges, and here they come finishing the race. Van Horn will finish first and does so with a personal best of 41.63. She'll be happy with that. Brielle Durham also with a personal best, 41.99. Let the personal best rain from the sky. In pairing number 3 in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, Camille Tremblay. And in the outer lane from the province of Alberta, Molly Johnson. On the ice right now, Quebec and Alberta. Tremblay from Quebec, Johnson from Alberta. Tremblay's opener is the best so far at 11.51. Johnson in at 11.89. Of the 61 female skaters, 4 have gone sub 40. Will we see more female skaters break the 40-second barrier with these rising stars in the female long track Canadian circuit? I hope so, and I'm predicting so. Camille Tremblay from Quebec, Molly Johnson from Alberta. Tremblay will finish in the outer lane, and she does so with a time of 41.96. Johnson in at 42.41. We now move to the 4th pairing from the province of Quebec, Emmanuel Côté. In the outer lane from Alberta, Darby Beeson. Emmanuel Corte in the inside lane. Darby Beeson in the outer lane. Beeson from Alberta, Corte from Quebec. Beeson crosses the 100-meter mark at 11.54 first. Corte in at 11.79. Darby Beeson represented her province in short track at North Rustico at Prince Edward Island during the Canada Winter Games, and also represented her country, put the maple leaf on her back, one of the 5 female skaters to skate in Insel, Germany at the World Cup 3, Junior World Cup 3, and the Junior World Cup Championships. Beeson will cross the line first. It does so with a personal best time of 41.21, and Cote 41.99. We now move to the 5th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf. And in the outer lane from the province of Alberta, Laura Hall. In case you've just joined us on the webcast, this is the 5th pairing of 31 pairings to the 500-meter women's at the Oval Grand Prix Canada Cup. Audrey Phaneuf in the 500-meter opener at 11.3. Laura Hall, a long-distance skater, having another great year, 12.16 in those distances, in those longer distances. She was also the 2022 Canadian Junior Female Champion, crowned here back in March of 2022. So Phaneuf down the backstretch, or rather the straightaway, to finish off her 100 meters, will do so at a time of 40.31. She'll be happy with that, and that, Audrey, is a personal best. Laura Hall crosses the line at 42.14. We now move to the sixth pairing in the inside lane, representing the province of Alberta, Maya Luders. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. The sixth pairing of 31 pairings, Maya Luders from Alberta in the inside lane will finish in the outer. Caitlin Pelkey starting in the outer, will finish in the inner. Both of their openers are very close. Luders in at 11.67, Pelkey in at 11.69. Luders representing her country over in Insel, Germany, in the Canadian Junior World Junior Championship and Cup number 3, and also the Canada Winter Games in Halifax. Congratulations to Maya. So Luders coming down the straightaway. This is going to be a very, very close race. Pelkey pushing Luders to the end. Luders with a time of 40.99. Pelkey 41.09 for a personal best. That's what pairings do. They push you out of your comfort zone to race faster. In pairing number 7, in the inside lane, representing the province of Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. And in the outer lane, representing the province of Alberta, Haley Bell. Okay, on the ice right now, Sophia Bieber from Manitoba, Haley Bell from Alberta. Sophia Bieber's opener, 10.99, 11.47 for Haley Bell. That's the fastest opener of this grouping so far. Bieber represented her province at the Canada Winter Games in Halifax, and also the World Junior Cup and World Junior Championships in Insel, Germany. As Bieber goes down the straightaway to finish off her race, will she break 40? We're going to find out. Could she be one of the few that do? She does, and she obliterates it. Her personal best, a 39.52 personal best. She'll be happy with that. So will her coach. 39.52 for Bieber, personal best, breaking 40. Haley Bell in at 41.58. We now move to the eighth pairing from the province of Quebec in the inside lane, Gabrielle Jelinek. And in the outer lane from Norway, Anna Farstad. So while the skaters are heading back to the start line, this is me having a conversation with you on the webcast. I've turned the microphone off in the oval because what I say at the oval, what I say to you in the podcast goes throughout the oval. Just a note on false starts. If there's a second false start, no matter who false starts, they're disqualified. It's rare. It happens, but it's rare. But on the second false start, these skaters stay still like they're wax museum statues, and the second starts are generally always very successful. Here we go. I'll go back on the oval microphone as well. So the opening time for Ona Farstad is 11:21. Hello to those that are watching back at Norway. Probably mid to late afternoon right now. Jelinek's opener, 11:24. Hoping for some personal bests. Possibly one or both of these skaters may break 40 for the first time. They are so close. They're just 1/10/100th of a second off it. Here comes Jelinek in the Canadian suit, crossing the line with a time of 40:11, beating her personal best by 2/100ths of a second, and Farstad in at 40.53 with the season's best. Congratulations, ladies. We now move to the ninth pairing in the inside lane from the country of Norway, Karine Jegtøyen. And in the outer lane, from the province of British Columbia, Allison Desmarais. So hello to all those that are watching from Norway or that are in fact in the building from Norway. Karina Jagtoyen has skated sub 40, as has Desmarais, so we should see some sub 40 500 meters. 10.9 for Jagtonen. That's the fastest opener so far. Allison Desmarais at 11.06, the third fastest. Jagtoyen from the country of Norway will finish in the outer lane in the sort of the silver blue outfit. These two skaters are very evenly matched. It's going to be very close. Crossing the line first with a personal best, Karina Jagtoyen 39.23 and Desmarais at 39.32 for a season's best. We now move to the 10th pairing from the province of Quebec in the inside lane, Rose Ladabote-Roy. And in the outer lane from the province of British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. Rose Ladabote-Roy from Quebec and Abigail McCluskey, who competed on the world circuit this year from British Columbia. Two formidable skaters, 11.04 for a 100-meter opener for Ladabote-Roy. McCluskey in at 11.14. Down the backstretch they go, get encouraged by their coaches as they head to the final corner and the last 100 meters, giving it everything they got. Crossing the line first is Ladabote-Roy for a time of 39.15, a sub 40, and McCluskey in at 39.32 for a season's best in that distance. We now move to the 11th pairing in the inside lane from the province of British Columbia, Kirsten Hagen. And in the outer lane from the province of Quebec, Sandrine Levac. So we have the 11th pairing on the ice right now of 31 pairings. It's a really busy weekend, everybody. Sandrine Levac with an opening time of 11.92. Kirsten Hagen in at a time of 12.05. Sabrina Lapointe and Christina Lazarescu coaching these skaters. 500-meter women's race in the Oval Grand Prix and Canada Cup 4, the second last. Long track oval meet at the Calgary Oval before the offseason. Very close finish between these two. How close are we talking? Levac in at 42.28 for a personal best. Hagen in at 42.34. We now move to the 12th pairing in the inside lane representing Manitoba, Robin Solly. And in the outer lane representing the country of United States, Mary Brophy Magnus. Pair number 12 of 31. Welcome to everybody inside the oval. Welcome to everybody who's watching on the Speed Skating Canada feed and the YouTube feed. Robin Solly, 100-meter opener, 11.66. Mary Brophy Magnus, 11.82. We have a Canadian and an American on the oval ice right now in this pairing. Solly started in the inside lane. She'll finish in the outer. And Brophy Magnus the opposite. She'll finish in the inner. Very close race. Each of these skaters pushing each other right until the tip of that skate crosses the line to stop the clock. A season's best for Mary Brophy Magnus at 42.3. Robin Solian at 42.29. We now move to the 13th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Nova Scotia, Julia Snellgrove. And in the outer lane from the province of Saskatchewan, Ella Kaluche. Snellgrove from the province of Nova Scotia, where the Halifax Oval is, where the satellite venue was at the Canada Winter Games. Snellgrove opener at 11.29. Kluche in at 12.19. Kluche was representing her province at the Canada Winter Games and just missed the podium in, I believe it was the 500 meters. Had a very, very good meet all round for Ella Kluche. So Julia Snellgrove on the ice. Ella Kluche as well. Snellgrove will cross the line first with a personal best of 40.84 and 42.74 for Kluche, and that's a personal best for Ella as well, keeping the momentum going for her. In pairing number 14 in the inside lane from the province of British Columbia, Sylvie Lloyd. And in the outer lane, representing the country of Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindqvist. Here we go. Having some conversation up here. Sylvie Lloyd opening 100 meters, 11.86. 11.86 for Lloyd. Lindqvist from Sweden at 12.35. This is the 14th pairing of 31 pairings. If you are watching from Sweden, the Lindqvist family and friends, and anybody in that natural community, hello from Calgary, Alberta. Glad you are being represented here with Anne-Marie Lindqvist. Crossing the line first is Sylvie Lloyd with a season's best of 43.26, and Lindqvist also with a season's best of 44.12. We now move to the 15th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Leila Katche. Serena Dallaire from Saskatchewan, Leila Katche from Quebec. Quite a few skaters here from Quebec with a number of coaches. It's great to see. Dallaire's opening 100 meters, 11.96. Katche at 11.9. Down the back stretch they go and into the final corner with the 500 meters. The straightaway, Dallaire in the green, Katche in the black and blue. Crossing the line first is Dallaire at a time of 43.06 and Katche 43.27 for a personal best for her. In the 16th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Prince Edward Island, Jenna Larder. And in the outer lane from the province of Ontario, Daria Vogt. Jenna Larder, Daria Vogt, Prince Edward Island, and Ontario on the ice right now. Larder's opener, 11.28. Vogt at a 12.17. Big shout out to Prince Edward Island for putting on a masterful Canada Winter Games. Most of the venues and events were held in Prince Edward Island with a couple of satellite venues. The one that mattered to us was the satellite venue in Halifax at the Halifax Oval, where the long track speed skating event occurred, in North Rustico in Prince Edward Island for the short track. Crossing the line first with a personal best, she'll be happy with that, is Jenna Larder at 41.15, and a personal best for Daria Vogt, 44.11, who represented her province at the Canada Winter Games. In the 17th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Ontario, Rachel Mallard. And in the outer lane from the province of Quebec, Laurence Paquette. And we are off. Ontario and Quebec on the ice. Mallard starting in the inside lane with an opener of 11.95. She'll finish in the outer. Paquette, 12.09 for her opener. And she'll finish in the inner. Down the straight, it looks like Sebastien Beaulieu is coaching and encouraging Laurence Paquette, and Phil Riopel coaching Rachel Mallard in this pairing. The 17th of 31 pairings. They're moving fairly quick. 190 skaters. It's a busy meet, a fun meet, and PB should fall. And we do. Mallard's got a PB at 43.17. Paquette with a season's best of 43.09. Now moving to the 18th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Alberta, Camille Alford. And in the outer lane from the province of Quebec, Juliette La Rochelle. Well, our starters are veteran Myron Pearman and level 3B ref, our starter, Bruce Kemp from Manitoba, who's been starting for many, many years as he looks to move up the starting ladder. So Pearman and Kemp starting, doing duties all through the weekend. So thank you, Myron Pearman, and thank you, Bruce Kemp. Good, clean second start. Camille Alford from Alberta. Juliette La Rochelle from Quebec on the ice right now. Opening 100 meters for La Rochelle is 12.06. Alford in at 12.13. Looks like Marc-Andre from Quebec is encouraging La Rochelle, and Phil Riopel for Alford. Coaches are in the coaches' box on the backstretch. Looked like Alford had a slip on the final corner. Unfortunately, that will cost a bit of time. But finishing strong, here comes La Rochelle with a time of 43.59 on a personal best, and Alford at 44.54 in that race. We now move to the 19th pairing in the inside lane from the country of Sweden, Tina Svensson. And in the outer lane from the province of British Columbia, Hannah North. If you've just arrived at the Calgary Oval, welcome. If you've just joined us on the webcast, welcome as well. We're in Calgary, Alberta at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Grand Prix, Canada Cup 4, women's 500 meters. This is pairing 19 of 31. Tina Svensson from Sweden. 12:55 opener, Hana North, 12:29. Hello to all the Swedes that are watching back home on the feed. There's much use now of an app called Sportity, and you can go on there and get all the pairings and results and the feeds. GPCC4 for the code, Hana North with a personal best of 44.53 and a season's best for Svensson at 44.95. We now move to the 20th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, Marie Ferlat. And in the outer lane from the province of Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. Ferlat from Quebec in the inside lane will finish in the outer. Hawkins in the outer lane will finish in the inner. 500 meters, 1 1/4 lap around a 400-meter track. 13 meters wide. Opener for Ferlat, 12:06. Hawkins in at 12:85. Sebastian Beaulieu encouraging Ferlat. Phil Riopel encouraging Hawkins as they enter the final quarter in their 500 meters. 5 skaters have broken 40 today. That's fantastic, as these skaters look towards bringing their times down as much as they possibly can. A personal best for Marie Ferlat at 43.11. She'll be happy with that, as will Kendra Hawkins with a personal best of 44.67. Congratulations, ladies. We now move to the 21st pairing in the inside lane, representing the province of Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. And in the outer lane, representing the province of Alberta, Cassandra Curry. Lindsay Smart from Manitoba in the inside lane. Cassandra Curry in the outer lane. Smart's opener is 12:37. Curry in at 12:34. I'm so used to seeing Lindsay Smart in a Manitoba skin suit with the yellow and black colors. So to distinguish the skaters are the white and the red armbands. Smart has a white armband. Curry a red armband, especially if the skaters have the same color as skin suits. Very close race coming into the final. Very close. Looks like Curry will cross the line first with a personal best of 44.82 and Smart in at 44.91. In the 22nd pairing in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, Marie-Michelle Gagnon. And in the outer lane from the province of Alberta, Heidi Beck. Very strong Quebec contingent here at this meet. 8 provinces are represented in our great country at the Canada Cup 4 Grand Prix meet. 12:43 is the opener for Gagnon. Beck in at 12:39. Marie-Michelle Gagnon and Heidi Beck on the ice right now. Quebec and Alberta. White armband is Gagnon. She looks like she's going to cross the line first and does so with a time of 44.55. She'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. And Heidi Beck, congratulations to you at 46.69, a personal best as well. Let the PBs rain from the sky. Pairing number 23 in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, Lille-Pierre Guéron. And in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Aoife Marshall. Garin from Quebec and Marshall from Nova Scotia. On the ice right now, the opening 100 meters for Marshall is 11:88. She represented her province at the Canada Winter Games. And Gering in at 11:97. Lily-Pierre Gering and Aoife Marshall on the ice right now as they both enter their final corner. Looks like to be a very, very close race as they push each other to get the best possible time they can. Crossing the line first will be Aoife Marshall with a personal best of 43.6. She'll be very happy with that. And Lily-Pierre Gering at 44.47 with a personal best. Both coaches, both skaters are pleased with those results. In pairing number 24 in the inside lane, representing BC, Sydney Benny. And in the outer lane, representing Alberta, Sophia Major. Okay, we are in the 24th of 31 pairings. We're moving very quickly. Sophia Major with an opening time at 12:47. Sydney Benny in at 12:53. The province of British Columbia and the province of Alberta are being represented on the ice right now. 8 of the 10 provinces are represented from Canada and 12 countries in total here at the Grand Prix Canada Cup for long track meet at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Crossing the line first is Sydney Benny with a time of 45:39 and Sophia Major 46:31 for a personal best for Major. We now move to the 25th pairing in the inside lane representing the province of British Columbia, Beth Smith. And in the outer lane from BC, Talia Halperin. So this pairing will have one skater in it. It will be Talia Halperin from BC with an opening 100 meters. As she heads down the straightaway to complete her race, give her a cheer, please, because having to skate solo is harder to get lower times because you need another skater pushing you. 13:03 is her 100 meters. I'm counting on all of you along the edge of the oval, down the straightaway, to give Talia a bit of a cheer to get her lowest time possible. Let's see if Talia can get a personal best. Here comes Halperin down the straightaway with 50 meters to go from the province of British Columbia, giving it her all by herself in pairing number 25 with a time of 48:93. We now move to the 26th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Alberta, Lewis Spence. And in the outer lane, also from the province of Alberta, Julianne Lazare. Okay, I turned the microphone off for the oval, back to just me and you on the screen or whatever device you're watching from. The Talia Halperin was the solo skater in pairing number 25, and she was off her personal best by maybe half a second or so, but it is very difficult for the skaters to get their lowest times or their personal best or season's best or skate to their potential when they're skating by themselves, which is unfortunate. Having a strong crowd, it certainly helps. But what you want as a skater is you want the other skater to skate their best race. They want you to skate your best race, and you both want to beat each other all wrapped in the same sentence because at the end of the day, you're only competing against the clock. Back to the oval. The opening 100 meters for Lewis Spence is 12:39. Julianne Lazari at 12:95. "31 pairings will be, at this point, 60 skaters in total. One solo skater at the end. There'll be another 500-meter race on Sunday morning. And we'll have two 500s, 2,000s crossing the line. First is Lewis Spence at a time of 46:27 and 48:47 for Julianne Lazari. The whistle is gone. Pairing number 27 in the inside lane from the province of British Columbia, Maria Hansen. And in the outer lane from the province of Alberta, Margaret Breedlove. Hansen from BC, Breedlove from Alberta. Can they beat their personal bests in the second last long track, or maybe their last for them, I'm not sure, of the season? 12:08 for Hansen in the opening 100 meters. Breedlove 12:59 in her opener. Hansen's personal best is just over 40, I think it's around 49, if I can read my writing. And Breedlove is in around the 52nd mark. So, crossing the line first, 44:32 is actually around 45. Okay, two personal bests, 44:32 for Hansen and Breedlove at 49:79. PBs for both of those skaters. Congratulations. In the 28th pairing in the inside lane from the province of British Columbia, Cheyenne Key. And in the outer lane, also from province of BC, Maya Onos. Excellent race by Hansen and Breedlove in pairing number 27. You get a couple of new PBs for each of them. We've got Cheyenne Key and Maya Onos representing the beautiful province of British Columbia on the ice right now. Key at 13:12. Looks like Adam Engel and Richard Stickle from BC coaching on the coach's box, and Maya Onos at 13:58 for her opening 100 meters. So here comes Cheyenne Key, who started in the inner and will finish in the outer. She's going to cross the line at a time of 46:79. She'll be happy with that. That is definitely a personal best for her. Congratulations, Cheyenne. Maya Onos at 52:48, just slightly off her personal best. We now move to the 29th pairing in the inside lane, representing the province of Manitoba, Megan Smith. And in the outer lane, representing the province of Alberta, Sophia Cross. Megan Smith from Manitoba, Sophia Cross from Alberta. 12:86 is Megan Smith's opening time. Cross in at 13:37. Smith will be moving to Calgary next year. A very high-level student and pursuing a career in the healthcare sector. Tremendous addition to the family in the speed skating in Manitoba. Just a delightful young lady and has fallen in love with the sport of speed skating. And here comes Smith, everything she's got, crossing the line at a time of 48:65. Sophia Cross at 50:51. We now move to the second last pairing in the inside lane from the province of Alberta, Denise Westling. And in the outer lane, from the province of BC, Leah Turner. So I'll take this opportunity to just chat with you out in webcast land. Denise Westling and Leah Turner had a false start, so they head back. Myron Pearman, I can see him in the screen. It looks like he's assisting. Maybe Bruce Kemp will be on the starter. Brad Bates is also out there. 2 false starts. Doesn't matter who is the second false start. Let's hope it doesn't happen. They have to be as still as possibly can be, but those are the rules. And virtually every second false start every start after a first false start is very clean. And this race just happened. This start is no exception. I'll go back on the oval. Mike. Good clean start with Westling and Leah Turner. 13:37 opener for Westling and Leah Turner at 13:09. This is the second last pairing. After the final pairing, we'll have an ice resurfacing. We're scheduled to come back at 10:05, but we'll confirm that with you. Always subject to change. So crossing the line first with a personal best is Leah Turner at 48:47. Congratulations, Denise Westling at 51:15. Our final pairing is a single skater in pairing number 31 from the province of British Columbia. Starting in the inside lane, give it up for Karen Reppen. So on the ice right now is Karen Reppen from the province of British Columbia. Has a personal best of 1:12. I think it's 54. Let's hope Karen can beat that time. Bell lap has gone off, and the opening 100 meters is 17:97. So while Karen completes her lap, 5 skaters have broken 40 seconds. And congratulations to all of those ladies that did that. Bieber did that for the very first time. The others have simply bettered theirs. Yagtuyen, Desmarais, Lalabuterois, McCluskey. And now Bieber has joined that club, and I expect that age group, the 16 and 17-year-olds, over the next year to continue to break the 40-second mark for these female skaters. For those that are at least are focused on shorter distances and are disposed to be more sprinters than middle and long distance skaters. So as we wind down to this first round, that completes the first 500 meters. We got the men's coming up, 1:13.31, just off your personal best, Karen. Congratulations for completing your 500 meters. We are now going to pause. We're going to do an ice resurfacing, and we are scheduled to come back at 10:05. 10:05, 45 pairings, ladies and gentlemen. 90 skaters in the men's 500 meters, 190 skaters, 12 countries represented. Hope you're enjoying yourself. You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on the Speed Skating Canada feed, and you can access it on the new app that the events are using more and more, causing me to be challenged from paper to technology. Sportity, and the code to access all of it is GPCC4, Grand Prix CC4. Sportity app, check it out. It's current, live, up to date. Welcome aboard, everybody. So glad to be here. More racing ahead. See you at 10:05. It's 10:03. It's 3 minutes after 10. At the Oval, we start at 10:05. The first 23 pairings of 45 pairings for the men's 500 meters. I'll introduce the first pairing in a moment. Three starters today. Myron Perriman will be starting the men's. Bruce Kemp in from Manitoba was starting some of the women's, and Brad Bates is also here starting and mentoring. The whistle is gone. Let me introduce to you the first pairing of the 500-meter men's race of 45 pairings in the inside lane, representing the province of Alberta, Andre Rasmus. And in the outer lane, from the province of Quebec, Zachary Dupre. Good luck, gentlemen. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pairing number 1 of 23 before we do a nice resurfacing. Andre Rasmus in the inside lane. Dupree from Quebec in the outer lane. Dupree with an opener of 10.33. Rasmus at 10.44. Phil Riopel coaching Erasmus. Looks like Marc-Andre coaching Zachary Dupre. We're going to see some fast times laid out on the ice here today. And these gentlemen are about to set the pace. Going to be very close finish. Very close. 37 exactly for Zachary Dupre. Andre Erasmus, 37.02 for a PB. Congratulations. We now move to the second pairing in the inside lane from the province of Ontario, Chris Homestead. And in the outer lane from the province of British Columbia, Kieran Hansen. Chris Homestead from Ontario in the inside lane. He has an opener. The best so far, 10.09. Kieran Hansen, 10.3. The second fastest as we get going in the early stages. He's from province of British Columbia. These guys are going to lay down some fast times and let everybody else challenge it. Homestead down the straightaway. Very close race. Homestead will cross the line first at a time of 36.03 for a personal best and 36.32 for Hansen for a personal best. All coaches, all skaters happy with that result. In the third pairing in the inside lane from the province of Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. And in the outer lane, representing the country of Sweden, David Kallingsjö. Zachary Lacroix from Alberta. From Sweden, David Kallingsjö. Hello to all the Swedes that are watching back home. And for those that are inside the Oval, the bell lap has gone off. 10.32 opener for Kallingsjö. Lacroix in at 10.35. Beautiful skin suit in the blue and yellow colors representing the country of Sweden. Down the straightaway they go. This is going to be a very close race between Carling Shu and Lacroix. Lacroix will cross the line first with a time of 36:47, a season's best for Carling Shu at 36:82. In the fourth pairing in the inside lane, representing the country of Norway, Christian Landro Magnussen. And in the outer lane, also from the country of Norway, Siver Bratjord. So Magnussen with a three-prong start from Norway. Siver Bratjord with a traditional start. These skaters will know each other, obviously from the country of Norway. The fastest time so far, Bratjord in at 9:89. Magnussen in at 10:04. The two top fastest times right now in this 500-meter men's race. The fourth pairing of 23. Before we do an ice resurfacing, there is 45 pairings in all. Magnussen in the red armband in the silver and blue, crossing the line, does so first with a personal best of 35:63 for Siver Bratjord. Magnussen in at 35:81, also for a personal best. Congratulations. In the fifth pairing in the inside lane from the province of Alberta, Paul Coder. And in the outer lane from the province of Quebec, Antoine Roger. And we're off. Coder from Alberta, Roger from Quebec. Very fast openers for both. Very close indeed. Antoine in at 10.11. Paul Coder at 10.13. Looks like Sabrina Lapointe is coaching Antoine Roger from Quebec. Down the straightaway they go. Going to be close, but Roger's going to cross the line first with a time of 35:83 with the season's best, and Coder in at 36.5 with the season's best for him as well. In the sixth pairing in the inside lane from the province of Ontario, Ryan Gibson, and in the outer lane representing the country of Norway, Erik Arisel. And we're off. Ryan Gibson from Ontario, Erik Riesel from Norway. Hello to those that are watching all the way from Norway. It's probably getting close to supper time over there, late in the afternoon. Gibson from Ontario, Riesel from Norway as they cross over on the backstretch. Looks like Riesel was catching a bit of the draft from Gibson, which would be a smart thing to do. Anything to get 1/100th of a second better in the sprint distances of 500 meters. This is going to be very close, right to the wire. Let's see what happens. A PB for Riesel at 35:71, but Gibson crosses the line at 35:68, 3/100ths of a second faster. In the seventh pairing in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, David Laroux. And in the outer lane from the province of Alberta, Jalen Doan. I've turned my mic off in the oval, but you're going to see probably the fastest or closest to the fastest race of the day. LaRue can lay down some really lightning fast times, and Jalen Doan is having a breakout year, representing our country at the Junior World and World Championships, and brought home a ton of medals, golds from Canada Winter Games. Incredible future for both of these skaters. Okay, LaRue and Doan, the fastest opener so far, 9.77. LaRue in at 9.91. Both of these skaters are lightning fast, wearing their Canadian skin suits. LaRue with the white armband will finish in the outer lane. Doan with the red armband will finish in the inner. Let's see how it squares up as they give everything they got. Down the final stretch. It's going to be close. Doan will cross the line first with a personal best of 35.13. He'll be happy with that. LaRue with a season's best of 35.23. And the times keep coming down for these rising stars. In the eighth pairing, in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, Hubert Mercat. And in the outer lane from the province of Alberta, Yang Kun Zhao. I've been notified we have a ice repair. Which will take a moment, obviously, to repair. If you've just joined us at the Oval, or if you've just joined us on the webcast, we're going to be watching the eighth pairing of 45 pairings in the men's. We watched and enjoyed 30 pairings of the women's 500 meters. Now the men's 500 meters. Later this afternoon, the 1,500 meters. Tomorrow will be the first of two 1,000 meters for the women's and men's, and then we get the women's 3,000 and 5,000. And then on Sunday, we get to do the 500 and 1,000 all over again, followed by the always entertaining NASCAR on ice mass start. Those are our 3 days. That's how they're laid out. The most grueling race is coming up this afternoon, the 3 3/4 marathon sprint, the 1,500 meters. And then when we're done this weekend, we get to do it all over again next weekend at the Oval finale, Canada Cup 5. An incredible post-pandemic season. The Beijing Olympics were almost a year ago. The Canada Winter Games, the teenager Olympics for teenagers in Canada, just a couple weeks ago. World Cups, Junior World Cups, University Games, time trials. The Classic Series. Here we go. I'll reintroduce the skaters. In the eighth pairing, in the inside lane, from the province of Quebec, Hubert Mercat. And in the outer lane, representing the province of Alberta, Yang Kun Zhao. So again, I turned my microphone off for the Oval, so it's just you and I on the webcast. False start for these guys. Both of these guys are probably very hungry to go fast. And the challenge with the second start is they have to be absolutely still and can take no risk at all on their start line to get a jump on it. So they'll lose a bit of time. When I say a bit, 1/100th of a second is a huge time for these skaters. We're going to watch some fast times here. Two incredible athletes on the start line right now. Okay, we got a good clean start in pairing number 8. Ubel Malkat in the inside lane. Yank Kun Zhao in the outer. Zhao and Marcotte can fly around this ice. Zhao with an opener of 9.79. Second, Jalen Doan. And Ubel Malkat at 10.19. Zhao getting a bit of the draft off Marcotte. Coming out of the corner first in the inside lane. Zhao representing his country in Insel, Germany at the World Junior and Junior Championships. Zhao crossing the line with a personal best of 35.27. A season's best for Marcotte at 35.76. Great race, gents. In the 9th, pairing in the inside lane from the province of Alberta, Anders Johnson. And in the outer lane from the province of Nova Scotia, Cooper Eamon. Anders Johnson and Cooper Eamon, Alberta and Nova Scotia on the ice right now. Some of the fastest skaters in Canada as sprinters in the long track men's speed skating. Eamon's opener, the fastest so far today, 9.77. Johnson at 9.97, the 7th of the grouping. They're going to lay down some fast times. Just over 35 is their personal best. Or can either of these guys break 35? We're going to find out as they come to the wire. Crossing the line first is Johnson. Breaks 35 at 34.93 and a season's best for Cooper Eamon at 35.05. Coaches Ireland and Dutton are obviously very happy. Moving to the 10th pairing in the inside lane from the province of British Columbia, Joshua Tellison. And in the outer lane from the province of Quebec, Cedric Brunet. That is the third skater we've seen in a three-prong start. Will Dutton used to do that, and he was one of the fastest starters in the world. Brunet in the outer lane with an opener of 9.83. Tellison at 9.92, both 4th and 8th respectively with their opening times. Brunet catching a bit of the draft from Tellison, but now he enters his inside lane as he finishes off his race, going through the final corner and the last 100 meters. Here comes Tellison and Brunet, BC and Quebec on the ice right now. It's going to be close right to the final. Crossing the line first is Tellison at 35.28, 1/100th of a second later. Brunet at 35.29 for a season's best. Photo finish almost for these two skaters. In the 11th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Ontario, Matthew Laxton. And in the outer lane, representing the country of Norway, Martin Solberg Andreasen. Ladies and gentlemen, inside this oval and watching on the podcast, you are watching some lightning fast men's long track speed skaters here at the Calgary Oval with an opener on Andreasen, 10.26, and Laxton in at 10.32. Martin Solberg, Andreasen from Norway, and Matthew Laxton from Ontario on the ice right now. Andreasen will cross the line first with a personal best of 36.54. That's what he's after. That's what he got. Laxton in at 37.3. We now move to the 12th pairing in the province of Quebec. In the inside lane, William Lemelin Bilodeau. And in the outer lane from the province of Saskatchewan, Luca Veman. Lemelin Bilodeau and Luca Veman on the ice right now in this 12th pairing of 23 pairings before we do a nice resurfacing. Veman in a 10:24, who had an amazing Canada Winter Games, and Lemelin Bilodeau at 10:38. Veman representing his province, more on him throughout the meet. Unfortunately, Veman's down. Here comes Bilodeau crossing the line with a 36:44, a personal best. And Veman was flying and fell on the final corner into the mats. That's why they're there. And hopefully he's okay. Medics Ken Boniface. And Thomas Lee are in the house. You can't have a sanctioned meet without medics. Can West, thank you. One is stationed at each end. There'll be a fall like this. They'll check him out. Hopefully he's okay. Now we do a nice recheck. So the ice is being checked before we move to the 13th pairing. Luca Veman, Jalen Doan, Yankun Zhao, to name three skaters that had an outstanding Canada Winter Games, representing their provinces. Max Poulin's in there, Daniel Hall on the men's side. There was incredible thrills in Halifax and long track. The mass start comes to mind, where Luca Veman in the last 50 meters overtook Jalen for an incredibly exciting race and took home the gold. Jalen took home 5 medals, 3 golds, silver and a bronze, had an outstanding meet. Saskatchewan had a great meet on the men's side, as did their Alberta and the Quebec teams. The Canada Winter Games is just one of many events throughout the year. I mentioned before, this is the 17th long track event here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. They're made up of time trials. There's 7 of them. The Winter Classics. The World Cup was here. World Cup Championships are scheduled to be here in February. They were in Heron Vane last weekend. I'm told that they're going to be here in Calgary, Alberta at the Oval next year. How exciting is that? Canadian Junior Championships was an event, although that was in Quebec, but that was one of the events held. World Juniors, World Cups, World Championships for big boys and girls. The Youth Championship was held at Fort St. John. 5 Canada Cups. Fort St. John, Quebec, Winnipeg, Manitoba. And the last 2 are here in Calgary. We're seeing some very fast 500-meter skates this morning with the men's. And some of them are very happy because they're achieving personal bests. And for some of these skaters, it means funding for them. It means points and funding to get on the NextGen team, to make the national team. That's what these skaters want to do. They want to skate for their country. Every skater wants to get a personal best. For a portion of these skaters, this means whether they're going to keep their funding or not. We might be getting closer as the ice repairs might be complete. Brad Bates, one of the starters, is heading back to the starting area. I'm just getting word whether we're going to continue or not, or when we're going to continue. Okay, let me introduce to you the 13th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Alberta, Logan Toblin. And in the outer lane from the province of Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. Okay, we're back. It's 10:30 Calgary time in Calgary, Alberta, the 13th of 45 pairings in the men's 500-meter Grand Prix Canada Cup 4 inside lane. Logan Toblin outside, Sebastian Champagne. I always get my wish. Both these skaters clocked in their 100 meters at 10.31, exactly at the same time. 18th total fastest time. Toblin in from Alberta. Champagne in from Ontario. It's going to be a close finish, but it looks like Champagne will cross the line first. Does so with a personal best of 36.8. Toblin in at 37.04 for a personal best as well. We now move to the 14th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, Gregory Picard. And in the outer lane from the province of Alberta, Caden Witowski. Gregory Picard from Quebec and Caden Witowski from Alberta on the line right now. Witowski open air, 10.64. Picard in at 10.76. Witowski catching a bit of draft as he crosses over down the backstretch into now the inside lane and the corner as it evens out a little bit. Let's see, they come out of the corners very even. Now it's up to them. Who's going to cross the line first? Crossing the line first will be Witowski. Doesn't matter how you cross the line as long as you do it. 38.05. And Picard in at 38.11. He must have caught a skate. He's getting up slowly. Hopefully, Caden Witowski is okay. He's getting up a bit gingerly. Hope you're okay, Caden. So we'll have another pause for another ice recheck. The speed skating meets that happen across the country in your provinces and certainly nationally and internationally, if they're a sanctioned meet, you can never hold one without a healthcare professional or healthcare professionals on site. Thomas Lee's been to a number of them. Ken Boniface is here today, so Thomas Lee and Ken Boniface, you'll see them in the yellow jackets parked at the north and the south ends of the oval because the oval runs north to south. All the stands are on the east side, so you're looking west out the windows. And we don't really want them to do anything all weekend, actually. We want them to be like a, I'm dating myself now, but a Maytag repair shop serviceman. Nothing to do because there are no injuries. But this is the sport of speed skating. This is a good opportunity to talk about why we give you the opening time. No, I'll talk about that later. Let's introduce the next pairing, number 15 in the inside lane. Representing the province of Manitoba, Ryan Kobacki. And in the outer lane, representing the province of Quebec, Émile Huard. Ryan Kulbaki from Manitoba in the inside lane. Émile Huard from Quebec. Huard crossing the 100-meter mark first to 10:37. Kulbaki at 10:48. Kulbaki having a breakout year. He's been out here first year, University of Calgary, a student. Huard catching the draft from Kulbaki for about 5 or 6 meters as they now cross over into the opposite lanes and will finish such. As Huard and Kulbaki give it their all, it's going to be very close. Huard is going to cross the line first with a time of 37.06 with a personal best, and Kulbaki also with a personal best of 37.16. In the 16th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, Felix Larouchelle. And from the country of Sweden in the outer lane, Wilhelm Ekajar. So I announced 2 skaters and 1 show up. How fair is that for the announcer? In the outer lane, in a solo performance, Wilhelm Eckenschauer from Sweden with an opening time of 11:09. Wilhelm was asked in his registration what he loves about speed skating. He loves the speed part of speed skating, and he loves to challenge his body in the sprint marathon distances like the 1500, pushing his body, and he'll get that chance. 38.89 for Wilhelm Eckenschauer from Sweden. We now move to the 17th pairing for the province of Quebec in the inside lane, Antoine Hamel. And also from the province of Quebec, Raphael Cote. On the ice right now, two skaters from Quebec, Antoine Hamel in the inside lane, Raphael Cote from Quebec. Their skin suits are very similar, but not identical. But look at the white and red armbands. Antoine Hamel in the white armband will finish this race solo, as Raphael Cote fell in the first corner, unfortunately. So Hamel started in the inside lane, will finish in the outer lane by himself. He'll do so and crosses the line with the season's best time of 37.9. Cote fell. And hopefully he's okay. So they'll do another ice check, but more importantly, is Raphael Cote okay? A few more falls than I like to see. It does happen though. These kids are pushing as hard as they possibly can. Okay, in the 18th pairing, in the province of Saskatchewan, Fergus English. And in the outer lane, from the province of Alberta, Daniel Hall. Daniel Hall is more of a middle distance skater. English, a bit more of a sprinter. Both represented, well, let's do their opener first. English with an opener of 10.79, Hall at 10.84. Both represented their provinces at the Canada Winter Games. Hall taking home the gold medal in a command performance in the men's 5,000. Hall will cross the line at a time of 37.97. English at 38.67. More about these skaters later. We now move to the 19th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, William Lafrancois. And in the outer lane from the province of Alberta, Caleb Jacobson. William Lafrancois from Quebec, starting in the inside lane. Caleb Jacobson in the outer lane, representing the province of Alberta. Okay, good clean start. In pairing number 19, Lafrancois from Quebec, Jacobson from Alberta. Jacobson's opening time, 10.5. Lafrancois at 10.75. Kevin Crockett coaching Caleb Jacobson. Sabrina Lapointe coaching William Lafrancois from Quebec. .500-meter race goes fairly quickly. Lafrancois. Jacobson crosses the line first at 38.08 for a season's best. Lafrancois at 38.24 for a season's best as well. Moving to the 20th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Alberta, Jared Farquharson. And in the outer lane, representing the country of Sweden, Oscar Nielsen. A Canadian and a Swedish skater on the ice right now, ladies and gentlemen. Jared Parkinson from Alberta, Oscar Nielsen from Sweden, bell lap, 1 lap to go. Obviously, a 1 1/4 lap race in a 400-meter track. Parkinson with an opener of 10:54. Nielsen in at 10:64. As they enter the final corner in their respective lanes, and everything they've got in the final 100 meters. What's it going to be, gentlemen? Are we going to see some PBs out of these guys? Crossing the line first is Nielsen with a season's best of 38:28 and Parkinson in at 38:39. In the 21st pairing in the inside lane, representing the country of Norway, Sondre Glesnet. And in the outer lane, representing the province of Manitoba, Adam Buchwald. Manitoba, Canada, Norway on the ice right now. Sondre Glesnet with an opening time of 10:51. Buchwald with an opener of 11.2. Now with the rolling starts, if the 100 meters was their start, what will be their tempo lap? And that'll add that up with their opening start, and that's your 500-meter time. Here comes Glesnet. And Buchwald pushing hard. That's what skaters do, giving it their all. Glesnet crosses the line first with a personal best of 38:26. He'll be happy with that. And Buchwald also with a personal best of 38.6. Congrats, gents. We now move to the 22nd pairing from the province of Alberta in the inside lane, Matthew Medlicott. And in the outer lane from the province of PEI, Andrew Binns. Well, you can see the skin colors of Prince Edward Island, Andrew Binns, very similar to Saskatchewan with a beautiful green. Andrew Binns, 10:55 opener, Medlicott 10:72. Binns catching a bit of draft off Medlicott just as he came out of the first corner. Big shout out to PEI for doing a wonderful job on the Canada Winter Games, the 15th annual. Amazing games. Medlicott will finish this race first, just barely over Binns. Medlicott with a personal best of 37.99, and Binns also with a personal best of 38.12. Congrats, gents. We now move to the 23rd pairing in the inside lane from the province of Manitoba, Ben Rutledge. And in the outer lane, also from the province of Manitoba, Ian McPeak. The province of Manitoba is represented on the ice right now. These two skaters are very good friends. And for right now, they're trying to bring out the best race in each other possible. We'll let them have the best race they each can, pushing each other. Rutledge from Manitoba, McPeak from Manitoba. University of Calgary students. Rutledge full-time here on campus. McPeak online, but we'll be out here next year. 10:74 is Rutledge opener. McPeak 11:19. Here comes Rutledge. Will cross the line first with a time of 38.06 with a personal best. And McPeak at 38.79 also with a personal best. Congratulations to both skaters. Okay, that snuck up on me. That's the 23rd. That is the 23rd pairing. We now stop. We pause for an ice prep. It's 10:48 in 12 minutes. We're going to restart the pairings, pairing number 24 at 11 o'clock. Hope you're enjoying the 500-meter races. We finished up with the women's, and now with the first 23 pairings of the men's. The balance of the pairings coming up. We're seeing some personal best fall. There's some skaters that are going to be really, really happy with their races. Congratulations to you all. We'll see you back here in 12 minutes. Hello, everybody. In 2 minutes, we're going to resume the 500-meter men's 24th pairing. We'll have a Canadian and a Swede on the ice to open up this pairing. "42 pairings in total. There's an app called Sportity. Check it out. Live race results, the pairings. Everybody can access it now. And when you get there, the code is GPCC4. GP for Grand Prix CC4, the number 4. Whether you're in the oval or you're listening on the webcast, check it out. I think you just carry it around on your smart device. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. It's time to start the 24th pairing. Let me introduce the two skaters. I don't see them on my screen just yet, but they'll find their way there in the inside lane, representing the province of Ontario, Stephen Lee. And in the outer lane, representing the country of Sweden, Arvid Kallingsjö. And we are off, ladies and gentlemen. Pairing number 24. Stephen Lee from Ontario. Arvid Kallingsjö from Sweden. Kallingsjö with an opening time of 10:89. Lee with an opener of 11.15. You can tell the Swedish skater, don't need an armband for that, in the beautiful yellow and blue. Arvid crosses the line with a time of 39.39. Lee with a time of 40.43. We now move to the 25th pairing in the inside lane from the province of British Columbia, Nate Benn. And in the outer lane from the province of Quebec, Luca Sullivan. "45 pairings in total, 90 skaters for the 500 meters. There's 190 different skaters at this event. As Luca Sullivan clocks in his opening 100 meters at 10.44, as Sabrina Lapointe coaches him, and it looked like Nate Benn caught a bit of a draft from Sullivan, and Phil Riopel coaching Nate Benn from British Columbia. Out the corner, down the straightaway, crossing the line first is Luca Sullivan with a time of 39.63 and Nate Benn with a time of 41.26. We now move to the 26th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Alberta, Liam Robinson. And in the outer lane, also from the province of Alberta, Eric Angelozzi. The Battle of Alberta on the ice right now. Angelozzi at 10.74. Robinson 11.02. In their opening 100 meters. Pair number 26 of 42. Hope you're enjoying watching your loved ones on the screen from wherever you are in the world. This is broadcast all over the world. Wherever you have internet, you can watch these races. What a very close finish. Personal best for both skaters. Liam Robinson, 38.82, and Eric Angelozzi, 38.88. PBs for both of these skaters. In the 27th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Saskatchewan, Liam McKeag. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Evan Boyce. Liam McKeag from Saskatchewan, Evan Boyce from Alberta. Opening 100 meters for Evan Boyce is 10.73. Liam McKeag at 10.97. Tim Comfort coaching Liam McKeag from Saskatchewan. So moving the pair number 28 in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, Etienne Perron. And in the outer lane from Switzerland, Matthias Nageli. th pairing in the inside lane, Antoine Perron from Quebec, Matthias Nageli from the country of Switzerland. Opening 100 meters, Perron at 11.13, Nageli in at 11.32. Looks like Sebastien Bouliot is assisting Perron from Quebec, and Christine Lazarescu assisting Matthias Nageli, or coaching rather, from Switzerland. Out the corner they go, down the straightaway, finishing off their 500 meters. Crossing the line first with a personal best is Etienne Perron, 40.35, Nageli at 40.36 with a season's best. We now move to the 29th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Manitoba, Aaron Reel. And in the outer lane from the province of Quebec, William Boissonneau. So, province of Manitoba and province of Quebec on the ice right now. Aaron Reel, who represented his province at the Canada Winter Games, has an opening 100 meters of 10.95. Boissonneau from Quebec at 11.57. Sebastien Bouliot coaching Boissonneau. Coach Alex Moritz from Manitoba coaching Aaron Reel. As they've crossed over on the backstretch, entered the final corner, and everything they got. Aaron Reel was performing in short track. This is going to be a very, very close race. Reel will cross the line first with a time of 40.13. Boissonneau with a personal best of 40.28. We now move to the 30th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Ontario, Alex Wood. And in the outer lane from the province of Quebec, Edouard Bouliot. So Alex Wood with a time of 11:07. Edouard Boulieu at 11:22. Marc-Andre coaching the Quebec skater. Is he catching some draft off Alex Wood? Looks like Tim Comfort's assisting there in the coach's box. Alex Wood from Ontario and Edouard Boulieu from province of Quebec. As you see them in the screen or on the screen in the oval or wherever you are on your device, crossing the line first is Wood. Boulieu with a time of 39.82 with a personal best, and Wood with a time of 40.36, also a personal best. In the 31st pairing in the inside lane from the province of British Columbia, Cameron Thomas. And in the outer lane, also from BC, Austin McGregor. Ladies and gentlemen, BC is on the ice and in the house. Thomas and McGregor. Thomas started in the inside lane. He'll finish in the outer. McGregor will finish in the inside lane. As they head down the backstretch, you can see the coaches Richard Stickle and Phil Riopel giving the kids encouragement. Opening time for Thomas in the 100 meters, 11:74. McGregor, 11:46. Crossing the line first will be McGregor with a time of 41:24. Thomas in at 42:08. In the 32nd pairing in the inside lane from the province of Ontario, Joshua Sutherland. And in the outer lane from the province of Saskatchewan, Max Williams. Well, if you've just joined us, we are here in Calgary, Alberta, at the Calgary Olympic Oval, watching the Grand Prix Canada Cup 4. Max Williams and Joshua Sutherland are on the ice right now. Williams with an opening 100 meters at 11:36. Sutherland at 11:43. These skaters will be looking to get a season's best or better, a personal best. Williams, you can tell in the green and black outfit. It's going to be a very close race. Crossing the line first with a season's best is Joshua Sutherland at 41:28 and Max Williams at 41:34. We now move to the 33rd pairing in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, Joseph Perreault, and in the outer lane from Alberta, James Wigglesworth. Joseph Perreault from Quebec, James Wigglesworth from Alberta. Wigglesworth, 11:4 for an opening 100 meters. Perreault in at 11:66. Quebec and Alberta on the ice right now. 8 out of 10 provinces are competing at the CC Cup 4, crossing the line first with a personal best of Wigglesworth at 40.89, and also a personal best for Perreault at 41.38. Moving to the 34th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Saskatchewan, Matthew Engel, and in the outer lane from the province of Alberta, Mitchell Wessling. Matthew Engel's opening 100 meters, 11:24. Westling in at 11:76. Saskatchewan and Alberta on the ice right now. Engel will finish in the outer lane with the white armband and the green and black skin suit with a time of 41:72, and Westling in at 42:56. In the 35th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Ontario, Camden Betez. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Daniel Revy. Camden Betez and Daniel Revy on the ice right now in the 35th pairing of 42 pairings. Betez at 11:45 opener, Revy at 11:26. 100-meter opener, you can, or 200 meters depending on the distance, or 300 meters and the 1,000 and the 1,500 respectively. Think of them as an airplane going down a runway before they take off and do their tempo. More on the openers later with a personal best of 41:34 for Betez. Revy in at 42:37. In the 36th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Cameron Mason. And in the outer lane from the province of Quebec, Olivier Landeville. Cameron Mason from Ontario, Olivier Landeville on the ice right now in the 36 of 42 pairings. Opening 100 meters, very close between the two skaters. Landeville in at 11.5 and Mason at 11:54. Tim Comfort obviously offering some assistance here to the coaches, or to the skaters rather, assisting them. That sometimes happens. Coaches will help out other coaches for skaters. Down the stretch they go, crossing the line first with a personal best of 41:31 is Cameron Mason. Olivier Landeville also with a personal best of 41:71. Moving to the 37th pairing from the province of British Columbia in the inside lane, Thierry Havelka. And in the outer lane from the province of Alberta, Gabrielle Padbury. Padbury's opening 100 meters at 11:56. Havelka in at 11:85. Adam Engel with the orange hat and a long white beard, assisting Thierry Havelka. Julie Wong assisting Gabrielle Padbury, a legend in the sport of speed skating. Julie Wong, Adam Engel. Padbury, 11:56 opener. Havelka, 11:85. Padbury gets a personal best at 42:08, and so does Havelka at 43:65. In the 38th pairing in the inside lane from the province of Ontario, Isaac Emblem. And in the outer lane from the province of BC, Leander Abbott. Okay, a clean start as far as the starter goes. Unfortunately, Leander fell on the start line. He's got some time to make up. Emblem's 100-meter opener is at 11:86. Ebbett, understandably, is 13.2, is in the beautiful Canadian skin suit. Big maple leaf on his skin suit. Love it. Amazing country we live in. Emblem will finish his race in the outside lane and will cross the line first. But Ebbett's doing his best to catch up, just ran out of runway. Emblem crosses the line at 44.15 for the personal best, and Leander Ebbett will get another chance at his 500 on Sunday to beat 44.88. In pairing number 39 in the inside lane from Alberta, Octavian Moga, and in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Owen Kay. So, a legend in these circles, Octavian Moga in the inside lane. I think he is from Romania, but I've got him down as from Alberta, Owen Kay. From 12:37 for Owen Kay in the opening. Moga in at 13:36. As they round their final corner, Moga and Kay. Battle of Alberta on the ice in this 500-meter race. Here comes Kay. We'll cross the line first with a personal best of 47.92 and Moga in at 50.18. We now move to the 40th pairing in the inside lane. From the country of Norway, Bjorn Eagle Andreasen. And in the outer lane, from Saskatchewan, Ryan Wang. So, an interesting start here. We got Ryan Wang in the outer lane, but something happened on the start for Bjorn, who is actually the coach of the Norwegian team. He hurt himself on the start. I was looking down at the time, so he looks like he may have pulled a hamstring, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just pulls out of the race, and he's done so. Had a good chat with Bjorn. I'll talk more about him. That's too bad, actually. I got a chance to meet with him and talk about the Norwegian team. He loves speed skating, absolutely loves it. And he'll be disappointed in that outcome. Ryan Wang crosses the line at 46.61. And unfortunately, Bjorn unable to finish the race. We now move to the 41st pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Ron Johnston. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Kunio Tusaha. And we're off. Couple of masters on the ice, a sport for all ages. I admire the skaters on the ice right now and a bit jealous that they're able to do that, and I can't, at least at this point. Down goes Johnson in quite a spill, but up he goes. Hopefully he's not hurt himself. Slid a little bit like a skate, but he's okay. Kunio Tasahara will finish in the inside lane. And Ron Johnston, maybe we'll see him in the screen to finish the race, or maybe he's pulled out. Sahara is 48.89. And Ron will finish the race. Here he comes. He looks no worse for wear. This is a good thing. And closes out a time that really probably doesn't matter to him at 106.6. Last pairing in the inside lane. Skating solo from Alberta. We've seen this gentleman before. Give it up for Bill Blonsky. Ron Johnson in the previous race, just in case you might be wondering, was 83 years old, is 83 years old. Down he went, back up he went. Okay, Bill Blonsky's on the ice, ladies and gentlemen. By himself, let's help him out. I got a song for him. He's heard this one before. Bill Blonsky, ladies and gentlemen, a legend here in these parts at the Calgary Oval. Well, that concludes the 500-meter races this morning. We get to do this all over again on Sunday for those skaters that choose to. Some amazing times have been laid out, some personal bests. We saw some very fast skaters, and you're watching some bright future stars in the long track of speed skating right here at the Calgary Oval. We now take a break. It's an opportunity for warm-ups for the 1,500 meters, the women's, which will start, unless I'm told differently, 12:30. We'll be back racing at 12:30. We'll have a nice resurfacing at 12:05. Looks like we're catching up on our time. And the track is being changed a little bit. The 1,500 meters. The 1,500 meters is coming up. Starting with the women's. We will be doing quartets. So quartets all afternoon, 4 skaters on the ice for the 1,500 meters women's, 16 quartets and 24 quartets for the men. That's what's ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your break. We'll be back on the webcast and up in the timing deck at 12:30. Warm-up time for the women. Hope you're enjoying day 1 of the Grand Prix Canada Cup 4. So much fun to be here. Hello, everybody. It's 12:28. We are going to start the 1,500-meter women's race momentarily. 12:30 to be exact. I'll introduce the four skaters. I say four because we're having quartets. There will be 16 quartets, four skaters on the ice for each of the races. So we have a 12:30 start time. It's 12:29. I'll introduce the four skaters before each race. Here comes first quartet in the first pairing. Both skaters are from Ontario in the inside lane. Rachel Mallard, and in the outer lane, Alexa Annika. In the second pairing from Quebec, Emily Greenfield in the inside lane. In the outer lane from Ontario, Rachel Freitag. Good luck, ladies. Okay, we are off in the first quartet. Two pairings, Mallard and Annika from Ontario. Opening 28:49 for Mallard, Annika 28:82. Greenfield opener 28:15. Freitag at 28:45. The opening is the opening 300 meters. Four skaters on the ice, each of them wearing a different color of armband, white and red in the first pairing, yellow and blue in the second pairing. The armbands are the responsibility of the skaters. You'll see actually the four coaches, one coach representing for each skater. I think what I'm going to do is go on to the podcast, although there's the bell lap for the first pairing, I should say. The 1,500 meters is 3 3/4 laps around. This is the most grueling race in speed skating, arguably. It's a marathon sprint. This last lap is the hardest lap in the sport of speed skating. They're working on fumes. The lactic acid buildup is significant. Here comes Mallard and Alexa crossing the line first with a personal best is Mallard at 2:08.29, Annika at 2:08.87. Here comes Greenfield and Freitag crossing the line first is Freitag at 2:10.11 and a season's best for Greenfield at 2:10.27. We move to the second quartet in the first pairing from Quebec. In the inside lane, Laurie Caillé. In the outer lane from Alberta, Isabelle Champagne. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Sandrine Levesque. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Ariane Fournier. 3 Quebec skaters, one Alberta skater on the ice right now. Kaye's opening 300 meters, 28.19. Champagne, 28.96. Sandrine Levesque, 28.42. In her opening 300 meters, Fournier at 28.92. Fournier and Champagne represented their provinces at the Canada Winter Games. Both medaled. Isabelle Champagne's having a breakout year. And we expect to hear lots of things from her as the years unfold. These are 4 very good speed skaters on the ice right now. Bell lap for Kaye and Champagne. The bell lap for Sandrine Levesque and Ariane Fournier. Here comes Kaye, crossing the line first with a personal best of 2:05.47. Champagne crossing the line at a time of 2:08.87. Kaye will be happy with that time. Here comes Sandrine Levesque. She crosses the line at a season best is 2:08.23. And Fournier at 2:11.64. We move to the third quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Darby Beeson. In the outer lane from Ontario, Claire Mallard. In the second pairing from Quebec in the inside lane, Emmanuel Cote. And in the outer lane from BC, Kirsten Hagen. If you've just joined us, this is the 1,500 meter women's race in quartets. 4 skaters on the ice at a time. Darby Beeson in the first pairing with an opening 300 meters, 27.4. Claire Mallard, 28.2. They're wearing the white and red armbands. Emmanuel Cote and Kirsten Hagen wearing yellow and blue. Cote's opening 300 meters, 27.8, and Hagen in at 28.99. Four skaters on the ice go very quick in the 3/3/4 lap around on the 400 meter oval. The bell lap for Beeson and Mallard. Darby represented her province in short track at the Canada Winter Games and earned a spot on the Canadian Junior Women's National Long Track team and competed in Insel, Germany, where she had a couple of personal bests. She had a very, very good meet. Heart Like a Lion and an amazing 2:02.98 for Beeson. She'll be very pleased with that race. And Mallard will also be very pleased with a personal best of 2:06.10. Excellent times. Crossing the line in the final pairing is 2:05.41 for a PB for Hagen, and Cote crossing the line at 2:08.98. We move to the fourth quartet. In the first pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Victoria Gopelin. In the outer lane from Alberta, Laura Hall. In the second pairing from Quebec, in the inside lane, Rosanne Grenier. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois. All right, we are off and running in quartet number 4, pairing 7 and 8. Gopelin from Alberta, same as Hall. Gopelin's opening 300 meters and Hall's opening 300 meters, very close, 27.9. Rosanne Grenier and Bourgeois, 27.36 for Bourgeois. Grenier in at 27.53. Laura Hall, a middle distance to long distance skater, set a couple track records. At the University Games, she set a track record for the 3,000 at Lake Placid this year. And she also set a track record in Winnipeg, Manitoba for 3,000. So track records are following Hall around, it seems. Gopelin and Hall. Gopelin comes from a long line of speed skaters. Her grandfather, her uncle, both uncles, I guess, a couple uncles, aunts, all involved in speed skating. Born and raised in Edmonton. Gopelin and Hall, first pairing in this quartet. Crossing the line first is Laura Hall with a personal best at 2 minutes, 0.61. Gopelin with a time of 2:06.49. Here comes the final pairing in this quartet. I can see him in my screen. Looks like Anna Bourgeois in the outer lane with a personal best of 2 minutes, 0.54 seconds, and Bourgeois 2:02.16. In the fifth quartet, in the first pairing, in the inside lane from BC, Abigail McCluskey. In the outer lane from BC as well, Allison Desmarais. In the second pairing, in the inside lane from China, Yin Chi, outer lane, Manitoba, Alexa Scott. Quartet number 5, Abigail McCluskey and Allison Desmarais. 26:49 for McCluskey's 300-meter opener. Desmarais at 25:92. I expect very close races in both pairings between McCluskey and Desmarais and Chi and Scott. Scott's opening 300 meters, 26:42. Chi in at 26:56. McCluskey's from Penticton, BC. Has been skating since she's probably 14 years of age. She's competed on the World Cup circuit. Is having a very good year. Desmarais is also from BC, from Vanderhoof, actually. Now lives in Calgary. This is her favorite race, the 1,500 meters. She came to Winnipeg during Canada Cup 3 and raced in the cold weather. Did well. The races are going quick. They got bell laps for both the first pairing and the second pairing. These skaters, McCluskey and Desmarais, not much left as they cross the line. Desmarais with a personal best of 1:57.29 and McCluskey with a season's best of 1:57.82. Here comes Yin Chi crossing the line with a season's best of 1:54.45. And here comes Alexa Scott crossing the line at a time of 2:01.39. We move to the 6th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Laurence Paquette. And in the outer lane representing Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindqvist. And we're off. So first pairing, Emma Langstrom, Skylar Van Horn. Langstrom at 28.4, Van Horn at 28.56. Paquette, opener, 28.44. Lindqvist in at 29.23. Now, after their 300 meters, they settle in for the final, or rather their 3 remaining laps. The 3 most difficult laps in the sport of speed skating, especially the last lap. Three Canadians and 1 Swede on the ice right now in this 1,500 meters. Basically 8 skaters on the oval, the 4 competitors, and the 4 coaches. The bell lap has gone off for Langstrom and Van Horn. Langstrom and Van Horn are down the straightaway with whatever they have left. A personal best for Skylar Van Horn at 2:05.52. Langstrom with a time of 2:11.87. Here comes Laurence Paquette and Anne-Marie Paquette crosses the line with a season's best of 2:10.84 and a season's best for Lindquist at 2:12.79. In the seventh quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier. In the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. In the second pairing in the inner lane from Ontario, Brielle Durham. And in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Julia Snellgrove. So here's an example of where a pair of different color armbands mean something. White and red armbands. White is Ella Cloutier. Serena Dallaire, red armband. Exact same color as skin suits representing the province of Saskatchewan, coached by Tim Comfort. 28.95 opener for Cloutier. Dallaire 29.13. Brielle Durham 27.49 for her opener, and Julia Snellgrove 26.99. So if you've just joined us, either at the Oval or online through YouTube or the Speed Skating Canada website, you're watching the 1,500-meter women's race at the Calgary Olympic Oval in Calgary, Alberta, home of the fastest ice in the world. And we're in 7 of 16 quartets. Saskatchewan is on the ice in the first pairing. A couple of friends competing against each other that also represented their province at the Canada Winter Games. Here comes Ella Cloutier crossing the line first, besting her friend with a PB of 2:07.94. Serena Dallaire at a time of 2:11.62. Julia Snellgrove crosses the line at a time of 2:07.22 for a personal best, and Durham with a time of 2:10.17 also for a personal best. In the eighth quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Tina Svensson. In the outer lane from Quebec, Leila Cotier. In the second pairing from Alberta, Camille Alford. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly. So, hello Sweden, hello Quebec. They're the first pairing in this 1,500 meters. Svensson's opener, 29.73. Cartier opening 300 meters, 28.46. The coaches are communicating their opening time. Now, hopefully they can keep a low lap time. Alford, 29.38. Solly, 28.34. You can see in the oval on the screen their lap times, also on the screen at home on your display. 32, 33 lap times. Solly in at just under 32. The idea is to keep those lap times as low as possible and as compressed as possible from lap to lap. Bell lap for Svensson and Kache. Kache with the red armband. Svensson with the white. Bell lap for Alfred and Solly. Alfred wearing the yellow armband, Solly wearing the blue. Solly skates out of here, out of Calgary, goes student at University of Calgary. Here comes Leila Kache with a time of 2:11.24 for a personal best for her and a season's best for Tina Svensson at 2:13.29. Here comes Solly with a burst of energy at the end with a personal best, 2:09.32. She'll be really happy with that. And Camille Alford crossing the line with a time of 2:17.84. In the ninth quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Marie Ferlat. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Daria Vogt. The second pairing in the inside lane from BC, Sylvie Lloyd. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. The ninth quartet is on the ice. The first pairing just opened up with their 300 meters. Ferlat at 28.82, Vogt at 29.17. $28.93 for Sylvie Lloyd, $29.75 for Smart. Lloyd wearing the yellow armband, Smart wearing the blue. All four coaches, one for each of the skaters, are in the coach's box. There's Phil Realpal, Adam Engel, Coach Moritz, Alex Moritz, and Sebastian Bulio. All in the coach's box, keeping track of their lap times. Obviously, the lower the lap time, the faster the time at the end of the race. The kids don't have much left as they enter the final lap, and we'll find out here. There's the bell lap for Ferlat and Vogt, all on fumes and heart and soul. The lactic acid buildup is starting to accumulate, causing the muscles to stiffen. Very hard to skate in those conditions. All the skaters have a love-hate relationship with the 1500. A good measuring stick on where they're at, fitness-wise. Quebec and Ontario in the first pairing. Down to the wire, crossing the line first, is Ferlat with a personal best of 2:12.68. We're seeing lots of those. Daria Vogt at 2:13.74, a PB for her as well. Here comes Lloyd and Smart. Smart with whatever she has left, crossing the line with a 2:14.93. And Sylvie Lloyd crossing the line with a time of 2:20.28, season's best for her. In the 10th quartet in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. In the outer lane from Quebec, Marie-Michelle Gagnon. In the inside lane of the second pairing from BC, Sydney Benny. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Juliette La Rochelle. So you get a look at the start line on the video, and then you see the 4 coaches. First pairing with our opening 300 meters, Gagnon at 29.59, Dvorak in at 29.86, Keegan Christ. Oh, look at Gagnon is, obviously taking advantage of the draft on the backstretch, which is what she should be doing if she's close enough to her competitor. So Gagnon crossing over with Dvorak on the backstretch. Keegan Christ is her coach. Looks like Richard Stickle there for Sydney Benny. Then there's looks like Marc-Andre from Quebec and Sebastien Beaulieu also from Quebec. Benny's opening 300 meters, 30.24, and La Rochelle, 29.32. $190 skaters at this meet. Canada Cup 4, Grand Prix as the bell lap goes off for Dvorak and Gagnon. 12 different countries are represented. This sport, or rather this meet, means a lot of different things to a lot of different skaters. The universal desire, though, is to always get a personal best, which is both rewarding. It's bittersweet. It's sweet that you get a personal best. Bitter is that the skater just made themselves much more difficult. Because the lower your times are, the harder it is to break through. But that's part of the sport. Crossing the line first is Marie-Michelle Gagnon with a personal best of 2:13.55 and Dvorak at 2:16.70. Left on the A's are Benny and La Rochelle. Here comes Benny crossing the line. La Rochelle crossing the line first at 2:14.28 for a personal best and 2:18.17 for a season's best for Benny. In the 11th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Nova Scotia, Aoife Marshall. In the outer lane from BC, Hannah North. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Cassandra Curry. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Lily-Pierre Guéron. The 11th quartet. The 11th quartet is on the ice. Marshall with a 29.25 time and Hannah North at 30.4. Julie Wong is on the coach's box, it looks like, with Richard Stickle. Covering off British Columbia. Curry's opening the 300 meters is 29.87. Guerin is 29.07. Looks like Sabrina Lapointe, who also went over with Will Dutton and coached the women's and men's junior long track teams at the Junior World Cup in Insel at the beginning of February. Four different provinces on the ice right now. Nova Scotia, British Columbia, Alberta, and Quebec. So the final stretch for Hannah North and Aoife Marshall. With whatever they have left, crossing the line first will be Hannah North with a personal best of 2:15.01, and Aoife Marshall 2:17.16, also personal best. They will be very happy with that number, no question. And here comes Cassandra Curry in the yellow armband and Lily Pierre Guérin in the blue armband. Curry crosses the line with a time of 2:22.38 with a personal best. And Guérin crossing the line with a season's best of 2:29.6. We now move to the 12th quartet. In the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Heidi Beck. In the outer lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. In the second pairing from Alberta, Denise Westling. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Lewis Spence. All four skaters on the ice right now are from Alberta. All know each other. Let's see if they can push each other to get the lowest possible times. Heidi Beck's 300-meter opener, 31.61. Kendra Hawkins, 30.3 seconds. Denise Westling, her opening 300 meters is 33.23, and Lewis Spence at 30.47. This is the 12th pairing of 12th quartet of 16 quartets. We'll have an ice resurfacing after this and come back and do 12 quartets of over 40 quartets. Well, I shouldn't say that. We'll do 12 quartets before we do ice resurfacing with the men. 21 quartets in total. As the bell lap goes off for Kendra Hawkins. And now Heidi Beck. Bell lap for Spence. And now bell lap for Westling. In the distance, you can see Kendra Hawkins, and she's going to cross the line with a personal best of 2:17.27. Heidi Beck. She will cross the line with a personal best of 2:26.04. Left on the ice of these Albertans is Denise Westling and Lewis Spence. Here comes Lewis. Lewis crosses the line at a time with a time of 2:23.72. And Westling 2:38.49. In the 13th quartet, in the inside lane, in the first pairing from BC, Talia Halperin. In the outer lane from BC as well, Cheyenne Key. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Sophia Major. And in the outer lane from BC, Maria Hansen. 3 skaters from British Columbia and 1 from Alberta on the ice right now. Talia Halperin with an opening 300 meters of 31.68. Cheyenne Key, 31.97. Maria Hansen, opening 300 meters, 29.55. And Sophia Major, 31.7. So following the 1,500 meter women's races and 16 quartets, we'll have the men's. We'll have a nice resurfacing, then 12 quartets for the men's, and then another ice resurfacing, and then the balance of the quartets. So it's an afternoon of 1,500 meter races, the most grueling race in the sport of speed skating. 3 3/4 laps around, a marathon sprint as the bell lap goes off for both sets of skaters now, Halpern and Key in the first pairing. These skaters are operating on fumes. It's a great test of mental toughness and physical toughness. Always trying to break the glass ceiling of how far and fast these kids can go. 2:25.97 for Cheyenne Key, a personal best for Halpern at 2:29.69. Here comes Maria Hansen with a personal best of 2:22.38, and Sophia Major also with a PB at 2:24.99. In the 14th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Julianne Lazari. In the outer lane from Manitoba, Megan Smith. In the second pairing in the inside lane from BC, Leah Turner. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Margaret Breedlove. Megan Smith's opening 300 meters is 32.32. Lazarian at 33.43. Coach Alex Moritz for Manitoba giving some guidance to Megan Smith. And Leah Turner's opening 300 meters 30.31. And Margaret Breedlove at 31.02. Lots of personal bests in the 1,500 today. And it's exciting for the kids to get them. Kids, when you get a personal best, make sure you go to the front desk, the front services desk, and ask for a ping pong ball and write your name on it. Because next weekend we'll be doing a draw for prizes, filling up a drum of personal bests. That drum, that transparent round sphere, is 3/4 full. That's a lot of progress for the kids. As the bell lap goes off for both sets of skaters. Julianne Lazari and Megan Smith, everything they've got being cheered on. Julianne Lazari will cross the line first with a personal best of 2:31.69. Megan Smith, 2:33.31. Close race, Leah Turner, 2:23.89 for a PB, and Breedlove, 2:23.33 for a PB as well. We move to quartet number 15 in the inside lane from BC, Maya Onos, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Sophia Cross. I call this a quartet out of inertia of calling quartets all the way up to this quartet, which is not a quartet, it's a pairing. Pairing number 15. BC and Alberta on the ice. Maya Onos and Sophia Cross. Onos from BC, Cross from Alberta. Let's see where they stack up in their opening 300 meters. Onos, 33.73. Cross in at 34.69. This is the final, well, the only and the final pairing. There'll be one more pairing, it should say, with a single skater, and that's coming up before we do an ice resurfacing. Okay, very close crossover on the back stretch, but successfully executed. The skater on the outer lane always has the right of way for the inner lane. That noise signals the bell lap with one lap to go for these two skaters. Sophia Cross and her family is a family I've gotten to know. Her father, Andrew, is heavily involved in speed skating as an official, as a mentor. Actually, he and Blair Toblin are coaching level 2 or taking level 2 starters throughout the meet tomorrow. Onos crosses the line with a time of 2:40.46. And Sophia Cross gets a personal best at 2:45.47. So congratulations to Sophia and Maya for personal bests. In the final pairing in the inside lane from BC, Karen Reppen. Karen Reppen is a master skater from BC, looking to best her time. I'll throw on some music for her and maybe just go on the podcast. Well, Karen Reppin skates around in her 1,500 meters. I thought maybe you and I would just have a chat. I've turned the microphone off in the oval and just talk a little bit about the day. The 190 skaters, I remember the first time I came into the timing deck about 4 years ago and said, look, I'm interested in helping out. Oh, and Reppin has fallen, actually. Hopefully she's down. Hopefully she gets back up. And it doesn't look like, looks like she's going to continue. Let's see what happens. Yeah, she fell in the one corner. That's unfortunate, but what is fortunate is she's back up and she's skating again. Okay, looks like Karen Reppin. Okay, I had a few things I wanted to share with you out in podcast world, but looks like Karen is going to pull the pin on the race. And I'll come back to the oval and announce it to the oval. So Karen Reppin gets a hand as she fell, got back up, but has decided not to complete the race. Sorry to hear that and see that, Karen, but better luck next time. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 1:22. 1:22, and we now move to come back here at 1:45. So we're going to take a break. Ice resurfacing, that gives us enough time to ready up, and we're ahead of schedule to the schedule that was put in place. So 1:45, ladies and gentlemen, coming back for the 1,500 meter men's at the 2023 Grand Prix Canada Cup 4. We'll see you then, or you'll hear from me then. 1:43. 2 minutes to the start of the 1,500-meter men's race. I'll introduce the first quartet in a moment. There are 24 quartets. Okay, in quartet number 1, in the first pairing, in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Daniel Pauly. In the outer lane from Sweden, David Karlingsjö. In the second pairing from the Netherlands, Åke McEwen. In the inside lane, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall. Okay, we're off. Daniel Pauly with an opening 300 meters at 24:76. David Karlingsjö, 24:52. Now, I'm not clear on how to pronounce Åke's name. So I'll take this off the oval for a moment and just apologize to my Dutch friends who are watching from the Netherlands. This one name caught me off guard. I wasn't prepped for it. Åke Mouwen, I guess. That'll be my feeble attempt at it, and I'll get it correct by tomorrow's races. So for today, when I announce in the oval, I'll just refer to it as Åke. Åke's opening time, 25:21. Daniel Hall, 25:43. Welcome back, everybody, to the 1,500-meter men's races, the most grueling distance in the sport of speed skating. Not an easy race, no matter how you look at it. And the last lap is always the most difficult. They want to keep these lap times. You can look at them. They're around 20. Well, the first pairing around 29 seconds. The second pairing is much faster. And we're looking at around the 28 second. They want to keep those lap times compressed. So crossing the line first with the season's best is David Karlingsjö at 1:51.40. Daniel Pauly, 1:52.69. Åke from the Netherlands in the yellow armband And the red armband is Daniel Hall crossing the line with a personal best of 149.9 and Oki 150.78. We go to the second quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Emile Hodzak-Santer in the outer lane. From Quebec, William Lemelon-Bilodeau. In the second pairing from Quebec, Jonah Utebus. And in the outer lane from New Zealand, Kieran Hughes. So for all those that are watching on the podcast, welcome. I'm glad you have joined us. Given my role here, my interested and chosen volunteer role, it's both an announcer and a commentator and actually a disc jockey. I throw in some music once in a while to bring some atmosphere into the building. But an announcer's voice, or my announcer's voice, is much different than the voice I'm having a conversation with you right now. So these skaters, this second quartet is well underway, but then I toggle back and forth between putting the microphone on the oval and also talking to you on the podcast. I've talked to you very little, but I plan to do more of that, especially during the 3,000 and 5,000. So I'm going to go back on to the oval right now. So Santer's opening 300 meters, 24.77. Lemelon-Bilodeau at 24.28. Hurtebus at 24.97. And Kieran Hughes from New Zealand, 24.96. I spent 23 years ago, I hiked the whole Northwest Island, the South Island, and the whole northwest portion of it for 2 weeks in New Zealand. What a beautiful country. Had just a tremendous time there. And so we've got a skater from New Zealand. This is awesome. We have one from Australia as well, Darius Achetti, who's still skating. 12 countries are represented at this Canada Cup 4 and Grand Prix here at the Calgary Oval. New Zealand obviously been one of them, Australia another. Both bell laps have gone on. I'm going to put the microphone back on the oval and call the race. This is what an announcer's voice kind of looks like. So crossing the line first is William Lemelon-Bilodeau with a personal best of 149.13. I don't see Santer anywhere in the picture. And here comes Hurtebus and Hughes with everything they got. Crossing the line first is Hurtebus with a season's best of 150.40 and Hughes at 150.88. We now move to the third quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Wieman. And in the outer lane from Sweden is Wilhelm Eckenschau. In the second pairing in the third quartet, in the inside lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. And in the outer lane, okay. I'm going to stop announcing the names. We'll do it all over again. Emile Hodzak-Santer went down. So Emile Hodzak-Santer went down. Hopefully he is okay. He's up. I don't really have a visual of what's happening right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and announce the third quartet one more time while they're getting ready. Here we go. First pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Wieman. In the outer lane from Sweden, Wilhelm Eckenschau. In the second pairing from Alberta in the inside lane, Jalen Doan. And in the outer lane from BC, Eric Orlowski. So while this race is getting underway, once again, I guess I don't always have to tell you when I'm turning the switch on in the oval and when I'm not. But Emil Hodzak-Santer went down in the southwest portion of the oval, and I guess stayed down for a little bit, and I couldn't tell from my vantage point, and so didn't really know what was going on. So here I was just announcing the skaters in the third quartet. You might have thought maybe that was heartless, but I just wasn't aware of what was happening. Anyway, he's up. No ice repair was needed, and that is what I would consider a good thing. If anything is further developed, I'll let you know, but otherwise, no news would be good news. So we're back to the third quartet, the two pairings, and we've got some opening times. Let's go take a look at them. Veeman's opening 300 meters, 24.85. Ekenshaw, 26.02. Jalen Doan, 23.91 for the fastest opener. Orlowski for the second fastest at 24.16. So the three of the four fastest opening 300 meters is on the ice right now in this 1,500-meter race. So you ever wonder why we announce the opening 100 meters for the 500, the opening 200 meters for the 1,000, and in this case, opening 300 meters for the 1,500 is because it takes a while. It takes distances for these races for the skaters to get up to the speed they want to get at, and hopefully they can hold. So consider it like a rolling start, but think of it as a plane taking off, and the opening distance is the runway of the airport, and then it's takeoff time as soon as they hit their opening time distance. Crossing the line with a personal best is 149.44. Having a great year is Luca Veeman. William Ekenshaw, 152.72 for a season's best. Here comes Doan and Orlowski. Crossing the line first is Orlowski at 149.18 and a season's best for Jalen Doan at 150.04. In the fourth quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Hobbs Holzer. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Hubert Marcotte. In the second pairing from Manitoba, Joel Simpson. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caleb Mueller. So, excuse me. So back to these opening time distances. Think of that distance: the 100 meters for the 500, the 200 meters for the 1,000, and the 300 meters for the 1,500. Think of that as an airport runway. That's the distance that is required for the plane to take off, because what the coaches will do in practice, and they'll do it even in prepping for races, is they'll do something called tempos. And tempos is a rolling start. They want to see how fast they can complete 400 meters around. So if it's 28 seconds, then their tempo lap is 28 seconds. So for example, if your opening time for 100 meters in a 500-meter distance is 10 seconds, and you do a 30-second tempo, you put the two times together, your chances are you're going to get about 40 seconds in that lap. Let me call the opening for this quartet. The opening 300 meters in Holzer is 24.52. Marcotte, 24.12. That's the white and red armbands. Simpson and Mueller, yellow and blue, 24.29. And Mueller is 24.37. So very close opening times for these four skaters. So we should see some decent times, very consistent with all four skaters. Marcotte, I think he won a medal out at the University Games. I think it was in the team pursuit. So he came back from the University Games with some hardware. We got a bell lap. These are some fast times. We got a bell lap for the first pairing of this fourth quartet. The 1,500 meters, 3 3/4 laps around a 400-meter track or oval. 2 Albertans, 1 Quebec, and 1 Manitoban. Todd Clements is really encouraging Joel Simpson as we see Hubert Marcotte cross the line with a personal best of 146.93. Holzer is 151.60. Marcotte will be happy with that. Here comes Simpson. He'll want a personal best. Let's see if he gets it crossing the line. and does so at a time of 1:46.97. Mueller in at 1:47.63. Some happy skaters there. In the fifth quartet in the first pairing from Saskatchewan, inside lane, Marc-Andre Doyon. In the outer lane from Ontario, Jake Weideman. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Max Halleck. And in the outer lane from Taiwan, Tai Wei Ling. So that earlier quartet, Hubert Marcotte and Joel Simpson, there'll be some happy kids there. Ending the season or getting close to the end of the season with some personal best when you head into the off season is always a good feeling. Every skater should be seeking out, would be seeking out a personal best. So that's awesome for those guys and anybody else that's got a personal best. Hopefully they put these ping pong balls in the sphere at the guest services, because we'll do a big draw next week at the around Sunday afternoon, around noon, for the prizes that are available. There's got to be thousands of personal bests this year. So let me call the opening 300 meters. Marc-Andre Doyon is laying down the fastest 300 meters so far. That's the time to beat, 23:34. Jake Weideman, 23:93 for the third fastest time. Max Halleck and Tai Win Lee. Tai Win Lee is the fourth opener at 23:95, and Halleck in at 24:31. So we're going to see some fast times here. There's some very prolific skaters on the ice. Both Doyon and Weideman, well, actually all four skaters can lay some very, very low 1,500 meter times. This is one of Jake Weideman's specialties. Jake's one of those skaters that needs to do extremely well for obtaining Canada Cup points to protect his funding. I can't explain it 100% on as I fully understand it, but the top four retain or either the national funding or their NextGen funding. Whether you're on the national team or the NextGen, the funding amounts are different. And there's even one, like a NextGen wannabe, there's no funding, but you get to train with those skaters. And Weideman lays down a personal best of 1:45.05. Answers the bell to what he wanted to do. And Doyon at 1:45.96. Gentlemen, fantastic race. Here comes Halleck and Wei Lin. The final 10 meters crossing the line first. Here's Wei Ling at 1:47.94 and Halleck at 1:48.35. In the sixth quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki. In the outer lane from Alberta, Yang Kun Zhao. In the second pairing from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. And in the outer lane from the Czech, Lucas Stekli. I think I miscounted on the number of countries represented. I noticed Louis Stekli from the Republic of Czech, and so that makes it 13. I didn't recognize that. So Stekli in from the Republic of Czech. Let's have a look at what's going on in the opening 300 meters. So Ryan Kulbacki opening 300 meters is 25:11. Yang Kun Zhao at 24:10. Champagne's opening 300 meters is 24:98, and Stekli at 26:28. So Marc-Andre Doyon and Jake Weideman laid down some beautiful times, both personal bests for those young skaters, and just what Weideman was looking for. To have the fastest time he possibly could. So I think he'll be both him and Marc-Andre are very, very pleased with that. Kulbacki from Manitoba, first-year university student, is having a breakout year. Yang Kun Zhao, what can you say about this young man? He can just lay down some fast times. He represented our country with the maple leaf on his back at the Junior Worlds and the Junior World Championships. We weren't favored to medal when we were over there in the long track. I went over to watch, and but Yang Kun Zhao came very, very close. Came top 8 in the world in a couple of distances. So he did extremely well. We're very proud of him. Crossing the line first with the personal best is Yang Kun Zhao, 149.27, and Kulbaki answers back with his own personal best of his own, 152.31. So PBs in pairing number 1 in quartet 6. Here comes Sebastian Champagne, finishing off his 1,500-meter race with a PB at 151.54 and Steckley in at 154.69. In the 7th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Ben Rutledge. In the outer lane from Quebec, Zachary Dupree. In the second pairing from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Antoine Amet. So every single one of these skaters in this quartet represented their province at the Canada Winter Games. Zachary Dupree had an excellent Winter Games with a number of medals. Fergus English was part of the Saskatchewan team that won the silver in the team pursuit. Rutledge, and same with Antoine Amel. They won the gold. Let me call the 300-meter opener first. Ben Rutledge's opener at 25.76. Dupree in a 24.95. English in a 25.56. And 26.26 for Amel. I was just telling those on the podcast, all 4 skaters on the ice right now represented their province at the Canada Winter Games. And the Quebec and the Saskatchewan skater went home with at least 1 medal. So Dupree and Amel were on the team pursuit that won the 8-lap team pursuit that won the gold, and English was part of the group that won the silver. Manitoba, Ben Rutledge was on the Manitoba team, and Manitoba just fell short of catching Alberta. So it was Quebec, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and that was the gold, silver, and bronze, and the and Manitoba placed 4th. Fergus English had a great mass start race. Just he poured it on right at the end. His colleague, well, let me call the end of this race actually. Crossing the line with a personal best. Picking up where he left off at the Canada Winter Games is Zachary Dupree at 152.65. Ben Rutledge at 155.89. Crossing the line with a time of 153.61 is Amel with a season's best, and English with a personal best of 154.14. In this 8th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Raphael Cote. In the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Lowe. In the second pairing from Quebec, in the inside lane, Amy Pelot. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson. I was talking about the mass start at the Canada Winter Games at the satellite venue in Halifax. By the way, the long track event, the competition was very tough. Incredible skaters from all the provinces, and men and women, and incredibly exciting. The mass start men's was a skate right till the finish line. Luca Vieman passed Jalen Jones right at the end to take the gold, Jalen the silver, and Fergus English was pressing towards the end. Unfortunately, he went outside. I think he caught a skate. He might have caught a skate, but there was so much snow on the ice that from my distance, all I saw was him going down and a bunch of snow flying in the air. And we talked about it yesterday, and that was unfortunate. But there was a group of 5 or 6 skaters that just poured it on right at the end at the mass start. And these kids poured their hearts out, skated their hearts out, and very exciting. So Fergus has put on an impressive showing and did take home a medal at the Canada Winter Games. As did Dupree and ML and a number of other skaters from Quebec and Saskatchewan and Alberta. Bon Lo in this foursome was also representing Saskatchewan and was part of that silver medal team pursuit Saskatchewan team. Let me go back into the oval. So an exact time for the 300-meter opener, Raphael Cote, Bon Lo, 24.99. Jared Farquharson with an opening 300 meters at 25.16 and Amy Perreault at 27.44. Raphael Cote and Bon Lo, Quebec and Saskatchewan in the first pairing. Amy Perreault and Jared Farquharson in the second pairing. Bell laps have gone off. So bell lap has gone off for Perreault and Farquharson, but here comes Cote and Lo. They look like they had very little left, but crossing the line almost at the same time. Lo with a personal best of 1:53.29 and Cote 1:53.58. It just goes to show you how exhausted these skaters are at the very end. Looks like Perreault has got a bit of burst energy here to finish off his race and does so with a personal best of 1:53.48. And Farquharson crossing the line at a time of 1:56.59. In the ninth quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Ian McPeak. In the outer lane from Switzerland, Matthias Nageli. In the second pairing from Alberta, inside lane, Andre Erasmus. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington. Lots of racing today, lots of quartets. This meet has no time standards for the 500, 1,000, and 1,500 meters. Next week, though, at the Canada Cup 4 and the Oval Finale, it does. This meet allows, it's kind of a prep meet for the Oval Finale, so those that want to compete, for example, in the 3,000 and 5,000, the women's 3,000 and the men's 5,000, their qualifying times you would obtain in your 1,500 meters. So if there may be a smattering of skaters that do want to qualify. The women have to get at least 2:22 and the men at least 2:09 in the 1,500. And that will allow them the opportunity to compete in the 3,000 and or 5,000 respectively. Let me call the 300-meter opener for those in the oval. Ian McPeak's opener at 26.04, Nageli in at 26.25, Erasmus at 24.24, and Waddington at 25.63. So there's 190 skaters at this event. There'll be fewer skaters at next week's event, but it's not going to be like 100 skaters. There'll still be probably 150 to 160 skaters. It would be my best guess. But we'll know, I guess, once the registration closes. Still, these are sought-after meets because they're fun. They're also Canada Cup points. And the skaters are in, hopefully, the best shape of the season. And this is where they should be achieving their personal bests. And what a great way to head into the off-season by having your best times in every race that you like to race. This race, the 1,500 meters, as I've said 1,000 times and will continue to say it, is a test of mental and physical stamina. crossing the line with a personal best is 1:57.09. McPeak will be happy with that. And Mateus Nagelli with a time of 1:58.29. Here comes Erasmus crossing the line. And Waddington at 1:55.61. Erasmus at 1:56.40. And that's a personal best for Andre. In the 10th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Australia, Darius Achetti. In the outer lane from Alberta, Caden Witowski. In the second pairing from Sweden, Oscar Nielsen in the inside lane. And in the outer lane from Quebec, William Boissonneau. Well, I hope you're enjoying your time here at the Calgary Oval. And for those that are watching and listening, either intently back home, wherever you are, or just have it as background music or background noise, I guess. We are here at the Calgary Oval, the 1,500-meter men's, the only 1,500 meters that we'll do in this meet, day one. Darius Achetti with an opener of 27.13. Caden Witowski, 26 and change. I just missed that 300-meter opener. And Oscar Nielsen, 25.6. And Boissonneau, 26.82. So if you happen to be watching by accessing YouTube on the University of Calgary website or the Speed Skating Canada website, you can actually get an app called Sportity. And you can go on it, and I'm hoping I'm not letting the cat out of the bag by giving you the code, but I guess it's too late now. GPCC4, Grand Prix CC4, GPCC4, and that allows you the access to the pairings and the results and access to the live feed. All over the world, mind you. So if you're watching your loved ones or you just are passionate about the sport of speed skating, you're watching a terrific feed and some great footage of the 1,500-meter men's here. Finishing up is 1,500 meters is Witowski with a time of 1:56.98. That is a personal best for Caden. 2 minutes, 68 seconds. 2 minutes, 0.68 rather, for Achetti from Australia. Here comes Nielsen and Boissonneau. Boissonneau will cross the line first with a time of 1:57.27 with a personal best, and Nielsen also with a personal best of 1:59.54. We move to the 11th quartet in the first pairing. In the inside lane from India, Pratik Prasad. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Adam Buchwald. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Joseph Perreault. And in the outer lane from Norway, Sondre Glesnet. So for all those watching from Norway, I met a number of skaters back, I think it was in November, here at the Oval. And I met, and some of them are back now skating, and I met Bjorn Magnusson and had a really good chat with him. His son, Christian, is skating as well, and he skated this morning, but he pulled up, so I haven't talked to him, but I actually wasn't looking at the screen at the time it happened right as he was, as the gun went off. So, but from my colleagues up on the timing deck, they mentioned that he might have pulled a hamstring, and if that's the case, that means that his meet is over. He was going to skate the 500 and the 1,000. I think he was going home after that. So anyway, I hope to run into him. What a nice gentleman. He was helping me with the pronunciations of the Norwegian names. Let me get some 300-meter opening times here. Pratik Prasad with an opener of 26:39. Joseph Perreault, 27:32. Sondre Glesned with a time of 25:82. No sign of Adam Buchwald. Looks like Adam might have fallen. I did not see that, so it doesn't look like Adam will finish the race. Unfortunate. He'll be not happy with that outcome. Yeah, so I wasn't looking at the screen. I saw Pratik Prasad and Adam Buchwald. They started the race, but I didn't see Adam fall, and it doesn't look like he's going to finish. I guess we'll find out a little bit later, but he won't be happy with that because he's turning into a long distance skater, and this is a precursor for it helps the skaters in terms of prepping for those long distances. Crossing the line with a personal best is 2 minutes, 0.2 seconds is Pratik Prasad. And again, that is a personal best. Here comes Joseph Perreault and Sondre Glesnit. Perreault crossing the line, rather Glesnit with a time of 1:56.90 with a personal best, and Perreault 2:01 right on the nose with a personal best. We go to the final quartet before we do an ice prep, number 12 in the first pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Arvid Kallingshow. And in the outer lane from Poland, Norbert Pikelny. And in the second pairing from Ontario, inside lane Alex Wood, and outer lane from France, Jimmy Jouet. Okay, that was a name that snuck up on me, was the Norbert Pikelny from Poland. I'm almost sure I'm mispronouncing it, so let me officially apologize for that, and I'll find out. The best way to find out how to pronounce a skater's name is to actually talk to the skater. You'd be surprised by looking at a name, how it looks. In many cases, it's not how it's pronounced. I could mention several names in that case. But anyway, Norbert from Poland is on the ice. Let's check out the 300 meters. Arvid Kallingshow, 26:01, and Pikelny, 27:83. For their opening 300 meters, Alex Wood and Jouet, very close, just around 27:19 for Wood and 27:17 for Jouet. Originally thought Jimmy Jouet was from Quebec. I'll find out. It says he's from France. So we'll get clear on that. Either way, we know he's French just by his name. It's 2:21. We are at Calgary time, that is. We're in the 12th of 21 quartets in the men's 1,500 meters. We are tracking on time, which is very important for the meet coordinators and all those that are involved. Bell laps have gone off for both the first pairing and the second pairing. And finishing up the race first is our Polish skater, Norbert Pikelny, with a personal best of 1:59.38. And Kallingshow, 2 minutes, 0.95 seconds for a personal best. Arvid and Norbert are going to be really happy with those times. That's awesome. Alex Wood and Jimmy Jouet, whatever they have left, you're watching it. Crossing the line at a 2:03.71 is Jouet, and a personal best for Alex Wood, a 2:05.15. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:22. We are back here for the final quartets 13 to 24, to complete day one at 2:45. That is in 18 minutes. Enjoy the music, sit back, relax, grab a coffee. I stand corrected. I said 18 minutes. I meant to say 22 minutes. 2:45, 2:45. We'll see you then. We are back. I just spent a moment just introducing the skaters in the 13th quartet. I went ahead and introduced the first pairing, which is missing one skater. So I introduced Nate Ben from BC and Joshua Sutherland from Ontario. Joshua Sutherland is the only racer. Nate Ben was not at the start line. And then you're just seeing on the screen now Max Williams from Saskatchewan and Stephen Lee from Ontario. They're in the second pairing. There's 19 quartets in all, and then we have 2 pairings after that to finish off. The opening 300 meters for Joshua Sutherland is 26.92, Max Williams 27.35, and Stephen Lee 26.79. So I was also giving a shout out to all those that make the competition work. I did that at the Oval. Big shout out to Greg Plenard, who's our meet coordinator, comes by speed skating honestly from a family business and has been involved in the sport for basically his entire life. And so big shout out to Greg Plenard, our meet coordinator. Alongside him is John Little, IT specialist, and Dustin Miller, team lead for competition. There's a number of referees. Baron Tolliner from Winnipeg is the chief referee. Brent Thompson from Nova Scotia, he was out at the Canada Winter Games, met him there. Andrea Ann Gagnon is an assistant referee along with Rona Hathaway, Werner Meyer, and Dave Thompson. What do referees do? Well, they're positioned strategically throughout the oval, making sure that the lane changes are good, the equipment is accurate, there's no infractions in the sport of speed skating that will allow the skaters to get in the way of them reaching their potential. That's what they do. We have starters. We have 3 of them. Myron Pearman from Alberta. Brad Bates as well. And Bruce Kemp from Manitoba. Crossing the line, Joshua Sutherland, a time of 2 minutes, 5 seconds, 2.05 with a personal best. Max Williams at 2:06.24, 2:04.27 for Stephen Lee. In the 14th quartet, in the inside lane in the first pairing from Quebec, Luca Sullivan. In the outer lane from Alberta, Eric Angelozzi. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Mitchell Westling. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, James Wigglesworth. So while these skaters are ready to start this quartet, I was just giving some members who are paid and not paid or volunteers a shout out to make this meet work. The fact that you get to see this on video, you can thank a gentleman by the name of Gene Ewan. He's about 8 feet away from me, and his job is to make sure that the camera is pointed where the skaters are. So you can see how nice and clear that is. So you can watch your loved ones skate. I think also the skaters and the coaches will watch after as well. They'll basically watch their strides and their times. Robert Armstrong is on photo finish. I mentioned about Don Brown and Leslie Cassidy. They're on electronic timing, and bell ringing. The first 300 meters for Lucas Sullivan is 27.43. For Eric Angelozzi, 27.31. For Mitchell Westling, 27.95 for his opening 300 meters. And James Wigglesworth at 27.75. And then we have a couple of paramedics on site, Thomas Lee and Ken Boniface. From a company called Can West, there's always paramedics on site. One sits in the north end and one sits in the south end, and they're watching all the time. They wear yellow jackets. They're easy to spot. And me, I'm referred to as Sky Guy, a voice in the sky. So where we're situated is we're above the ice, looking down from the east side into basically the finish line on the straightaway for all the races except the 1,000 meter, which is in the middle of the ice. And for those that don't know what I look like, they just know my voice. And Alexa Annika from Ontario called me Sky Guy, and that stuck. So Sky Guy it is. So that's who put the who makes this meet work from start to finish. There are others, some unsung heroes that don't want to be recognized, and so in honor of that, out of respect for that, I won't mention their names. Crossing the line with a personal best, 2:08.78 for Sullivan, and Angelozzi, 2:02.26, a personal best for him. James Wigglesworth, a personal best at 2:04.19. And Westling, 2:08.22, personal bests all around. In quartet number 15, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Liam Robinson. In the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Liam McKegg. In the second pairing from Quebec, Etienne Perron. In the inside lane, and in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Edouard Bouliot. So on the ice right now, we've got a couple of Liams. Could you imagine if they had the same last names? But we got the same first names, but they're from different provinces. And once again, I kind of sound it that way because they wear armbands, which they're, by the way, responsible for. A couple of years ago, the ISU, the International Skating Union, said you have to be responsible for your own armbands. Up until that point, there used to be a desk and a person that would be there with armbands and help you get the armbands on. Now it's up to the skaters to get those armbands. And if they don't wear the armbands, well, they may as well not race because it's an official piece of clothing for racing. Robinson's opener, 26.39. McKegg's opener, 26.57. Perron's opener, 27.6. And Bouliot, 26.76. All within similar times. Let's see how the next 3 laps go for each of their races. Yeah, so if a skater shows up and they don't have the proper armband on, they start the race without them. So all the racers at this level know what equipment they need to race. And if they don't, then something got missed in processing that or communication. But at this level now and higher. Now, what's interesting at the World Cup Championships, in the team pursuit, the women's Dutch team got disqualified by a Dutch referee. Why? Because there was a little bit of skin showing just above their ankle or their heel, and every piece of their body has to be covered up for safety reasons. And so it was a really unfortunate, and I'm not sure how that happened from their end because I don't know the details, but I do know is the outcome. And speaking of outcome, Liam Robinson outcome, 2 minutes, 0.16 seconds with a personal best. Same with Liam McKegg, 2 minutes, 0.09. It was a close race right from the opening 300 meters all the way through the 1,500 meters. Robinson and McKegg crossed the line almost at the exact same time. Congratulations to Liam 1 and Liam 2. Crossing the finish line now is Edouard Bouliot with a personal best of 2:05.66 and a PB for Etienne Perron, 2:09.16. In quartet number 16, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Evan Boyce. In the outer lane from BC, Austin McGregor. In the inside lane in pairing number 2 from Quebec, Olivier Langeville. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Aaron Reel. Yeah, so could you imagine how disappointed the women's Dutch team would be in that team pursuit in not claiming gold? They get disqualified. But you know who was a benefactor of it? Was the Canadian team pursuit team. Valerie Malte, Evanie Blondin, and Isabelle Weideman. They took home the gold. So yeah, there's no excuse, and especially at these levels. And all the coaches know and all the skaters know. But early on, that's what the club skating is, and the provincial skating. Every skater comes to a line without equipment at some point in time, and that's a hard lesson to learn. Every skater DQs at one point, or has a false start, I should say. And every skater, not every skater, but most skaters sometimes don't do lane changes during, especially the longer races. And years ago, when the sport was a lot outdoors, they used to have somebody standing at the lane change on the backstretch saying, okay, you cross over, you go here, and you go here. Now, that's way before our time, but they actually had that. So, because, you need to cross over to complete the 400 meters properly by crossing over from the inside to the outside and the outside to the inside. Anyway, where I'm going with this is that the rules are there, everybody knows them, and equipment is part of the rules. In the first 300 meters, Evan Boyce, 26.88 for his opening 300 meters, and Austin McGregor, 27.12. This is the 16th quartet of 19 quartets with a few pairings after that. Olivier Landreville, 27.76, and Aaron Reel at 27.12. Reel from Manitoba. Landreville from Quebec. I'll give a shout out to my Manitoba friends. Aaron Reel is his father Bruce is in the building, watching him this weekend, and he'll head back home. And his lovely wife Venice will come out, and she'll stay the week. Aaron will compete this weekend, and next weekend he competed for Manitoba in the short track and PEI at North Rustico. And here he is, loving the sport in long track. So that's where he is. And here's the 1,500 meters, very, very early in his speed skating career. So if you've just joined us or you need a reminder, it's the 1,500 meter men's race here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. It's Friday, March 10th. And we are in the 16th quartet, and I'll call in the race. Crossing the finish line first with a personal best of 2:06.54 is Austin McGregor. Evan Boyce crossing the line at 2:13.32. He'll be happy with that. That is a personal best for Evan. With everything they have left, here comes Reel and Landreville. Reel with a personal best of 2:06.19. He'll be happy with that. And Landreville 2:08.03. He'll be happy with that. In the 17th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Gabrielle Padbury. And in the outer lane from Prince Edward Island, Andrew Binns. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Daniel Revy. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Cameron Mason. Well, there I go again, announcing two skaters. And now I see one on the screen. So Gabrielle Padbury, I don't see that skater in the screen, but I do see Andrew Binns from PEI. So we have three skaters in this quartet, if that makes any sense. And here we go. So we only have one skater in pairing number one of this quartet from Prince Edward Island. In the outer lane, Andrew Binns with an opener of 26.32. And here comes Revy and Mason. They look very similar. 27.81 opener for Revy and Mason 27.81 for Revy and Mason 27.84. Now they settle in for their 3-lap race after their opening 300 meters. So one of the contributory reasons to some PBs today in talking to the coaches. I mean, there's a number of factors. Obviously, it's the athlete and where they're at and how much they've grown and how great a shape they're in and how their technique is. But it's numbers, and then there's some ancillary. There's some other small factors, such as how fast the ice is in terms of its prep, and also the barometric or the atmospheric pressure. So the barometric pressure is fairly low, relatively speaking, with a low ceiling. There's no sunshine here in Calgary right now. It's not that cold, but it had some Winnipeg-type temperatures, so I wonder how the Calgarians were handling that. We're used to some very, very cold temperatures, so but then Calgary gets their warm Chinooks, so that makes it very bearable for them for sure. Andrew Binns crossing the line at 2:04.99 with a personal best. Revy and Mason still on the track. They've got the bell lap. And here comes Mason with whatever he has left, crossing the line with a personal best of 2:06.69. And Daniel Revy is crossing the line also with a personal best of 2:13.47. In the 18th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Camden Betez. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Matthew Engel. In the second pairing from Alberta in the inside lane, Octavian Moga. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Scott Anderson. And we are off. The opening 300 meters for Engel is 27.79. Betez is 28.27. Moga and Anderson on the second pairing of this quartet, 18 of 21. Moga's opening time is 31.97. Anderson at 32.83. So after this quartet, there'll be then two pairings. And we got Ray Wang and Kunio Tasahara. That is that's the 20th pairing. And Ron Johnston, 83-year-old Ron Johnston, and the legendary Bill Blonsky will battle it out. And that will be a wrap for today. Tomorrow, it's the 1,000 meter, women's and men's. So it's always starting with the women's and then the men's. And this, sometimes it's different, but in this particular meet, it's women's first, followed by the men's. We'll start at 9 o'clock sharp. Then we'll take a break, and then we're going to have the women's 3,000 meters and the men's 5,000 meters. And both the 1,000 meters and the 3,000, 5,000 will be quartetted. So other than the 500, there's 4 skaters and possibly 4 coaches on the ice as well. So that's because we have 190 skaters. And I know what I was telling you earlier, but let me call this race in here. So Matthew Engel's time is 2:10.06 for a PB. Camden Betez at 2:15.11. And left on the ice, or still on the ice, I really should say, is Octavian Moga and Scott Anderson. As Anderson digs deep to finish off his race, all these skaters will have filled the 1,500 meters on their body tomorrow. Anderson with a time of 2:19.6, and Moga in the bright orange outfit, 2:26.13, and that'll be a season's best for Octavian. Now we move to a pair in the 20th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Ryan Wang And in the outer lane from Alberta, Gunio Tisaha. Go ahead and start. Okay, here I am announcing the 20th pairing, and I got ahead of myself. So this is the 19th quartet. Sorry about that, folks. Out in podcast land, I'll let everybody know in the Oval once this pairing gets underway. We are in the 19th. I got really ahead of myself. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I got ahead of myself to the 20th pairing, skipped over the 19th quartet. So, let me announce these proper skaters on the ice. The 19th quartet, starting in the inside lane from BC, Thierry Havelka, with an opening 300 meters of 29.02. From Ontario, in the outside lane, Isaac Emblem, with an opening 28.68. Now, in that quartet, the same quartet in the second pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, Owen Kay. And in the outer lane from the province of British Columbia, Leander Ebbett. So, Havelka and Emblem in the first pairing. Kay's opener is 30.31, Ebbett's at 30.03. First pairing, Havelka and Emblem, BC and Ontario, and Kay and Ebbett, Alberta and BC in the second pairing. Settling in now for their 300-meter race. Well, I must have stopped thinking of that one moment in time. Skipping over quartet 19. All right, so I'm flawed a little bit. That happens. And so the Ray Wang and Guna Tisahara gets announced twice. Only really they'll race once. So it's been a great day so far here at the Calgary Oval. Other than a few spills, I think we've had some very fast races, some great personal bests. I've walked down near the ice or on the ice surface and talked to some of the kids and coaches, and some, they're on the bikes. They're on the Barry Arneson donated bikes. Let me call in this race. So crossing the line is Thierry Havelka with a personal best of 2:17.27. Isaac Emblem also with a personal best of 2:17.88. Very close in terms of race. Congratulations, Thierry and Isaac. Here comes Leander Ebbett from British Columbia with a personal best of 2:18.83. And Owen Kay will finish off his race, and he'll do so with a time of 2:28.21. PBs rain down on quartet number 19. Let's now move to the pairing number 20. I'll get it right this time. In the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Ryan Wang. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Gunio Tisahara. There, I made my amends. We're good. Two more races. That will do it for the day. Hope you've enjoyed yourself on the podcast. So the 1,000 meters tomorrow, women's and men's, and then the 3,000 meter women's and the 5,000 meter men's. And then we're going to have the 500 and 1,000 again on Sunday. So there's always two 500s, there's always 2,000, generally speaking. Not always the case. And then we finish off the meet with the mass start, which is always entertaining. We only see two skaters in Olympic style racing, one in each lane. But with mass start, I think I don't know what the maximum. I think you can put up to 20 skaters on the ice, maybe 20, 22. So pick a lane. The lane they pick is the inner lane because that's the fastest way around a 400-meter track. So we got a clean start with Ryan Wang from Saskatchewan. And Kunio Tasahara from Alberta. We got an opening at 300 meters for Wang at 30.96 and Tasahara 32.43. So this has been, I would say, a very busy year, perhaps a little extra busy because of the Canada Winter Games. But post-pandemic, life is back to normal as far as speed skating, not only in your respective provinces, but also in your own country, but also internationally. So in Calgary alone, they've had 17 long track events. There's various types. They have time trials, which is just simply races they hold on the weekends for skaters that want to race. Dustin Miller put together a classic series of 4 races, of 4 meets. August Summer Classic, the Fall Classic in September, the October Fest in October, hence Oktoberfest, and then the Winter Classic in the first part of February. And there's a point system. And actually, he's still going through the process of handing out the prizes to the winners. And I'm hoping to get that information and share it with you. So there's a classic series that started this year. They had a couple World Cups here in Calgary. Then the number of Canadians went over to compete in the World Cup. All 6 World Cups where the big boys and girls skate, and then the championships, which was just last weekend. And then we iced a junior national team. Last year we did not, and it was in Austria. And Canada did not go, but it went to Insel, Germany this year, and there were 10 long track skaters that went. Actually, I should say 8. Okay, crossing the line, Ryan Wang at 2:27.82, and Kunio Tasahara, a personal best of 2:32.78. Our final race of the day, pairing number 21 in the inside lane from Alberta, Ron Johnston. From the same province in the outer lane, Bill Bolonsky. And then outside the Calgary Oval, there were meets in Quebec. Quebec got quite a few. I think they got the 4 continents, if I'm not mistaken. They also got the Canadian Junior National Championships. They got the Canadian National Championships. There was the University Games in Lake Placid. So there was lots of races going on. And so speed skating is definitely alive and well here in Calgary, in Canada, and other parts of Canada. Oh, yeah, and the Youth Championships in Fort St. John. How could I forget that? And then the Canada Winter Games. They had short track at North Rustico, which is a fishing village about 45 minutes from Charlottetown, and then a legacy venue, a satellite venue in Halifax, in downtown Halifax, the outdoor oval with artificial ice, and had the long track race there, the races there. So, and I happened to go out and be there and announce along with Chloe Beauchesne, who handled the Francophone version. It is a national event. Canada Cups, I forgot to mention those. Canada Cup, I think 1 was in Fort St. John, 2 was in Winnipeg. No, 2 was in Quebec City. Canada Cup 3 was in Winnipeg, and then 4 and 5 are here. And I want to get some music on for those that are on the ice right now. Just pump them up a little bit. Here we go. I threw on the theme to Hawaii Five-0. But my generation Hawaii Five-0 was Steve McGarrett. That's what's blaring through the oval right now. Ron Johnston, by the way, with the red hat, he's 83 years old. Bill Blonsky's late 50s. I've talked to him. '83. I'm not making that up. He fell during his 500 and got up, and we wondered if we fell, we were skating, would we get back up? That's impressive. Ron Johnston, you're an inspiration. Bill Blonsky, as are you. Thank you for showing us that there's no age to one participating in this beautiful sport called speed skating. That is a season's best for Ron Johnston. That is a season's best for Ron Johnston at 2:44.33. And here comes Bill Blonsky. Have him finish in style. Yeah. And Bill Blonsky's race has now come to an end. Johnston with the season's best of 2:44.33. Blonsky 3:56.40. So that is a wrap. I'm going to start the day, rather end the day the way I started, and just do a land acknowledgement one more time to say that we're grateful and want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. And so on the screen, you can see a podcast. Tomorrow's races starts at 9 o'clock sharp. The women's 1,000 meters, followed by the men's 1,000 meters. Quartets, 4 skaters on the ice at a time, with the women's 3,000 and then the men's 5,000. Another exciting race, set of races ahead for tomorrow, day 2. So on behalf of Greg Plennert, the meet coordinator, the entire crew up here in the timing deck, Speed Skating Canada, thank you for being a part of day 1 here at Calgary, Alberta. March 10th, Canada Cup 4, Olympic Oval Grand Prix. Good night, God bless, and we'll see you in the morning.